Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Empowering women isn't just the right thing to do, it's smart thing to do. When women succeed, nations are more safe, secure, and prosperous. Welcome to the third National Women's Summit on Empowerment on the occasion of Women's Day, organized by KLEF Women's Forum in collaboration with IQAC and Academic Staff College. KL Women's Forum was established in 2009 with the vision of fostering and developing an environment where women develop the passion of excelling themselves in their interested fields. Various in house and outreach programs are conducted regularly to embark in their vision. Join us the National Women's Summit on Empowerment and participate in the discussions to decipher the different perspectives of strategic conversions of women from diverse fields to emancipate and harness the power to shape a new way forward to drive meaningful progress. Today's topic is on women health. Women, women health addressed by Dr. Kavita Reddy, founder of Shreya's Nutrition Director, Nutrition Communities, New Trade Tech Consultancy Services. Technology for Women, addressed by Darshini Armugaham, finance specialist in Helen Brand in Coimbatore. Sanitation and Hygiene, addressed by Saraswati Kavala, independent filmmaker, social activist, and national farmer. Literacy, addressed by Professor N. Usha, Department of English, Krishna University, Machilipatnam. Women Entrepreneurship, Mrs. Vaishali Sagar, AWS Startup Ramp Lead, Amazon Interest Service Private Limited. Legal Awareness, addressed by Dr. Saturu Rajini, Special Judge, POCSO, Vijayawada. Self Defense, addressed by Hefisaba Kolan, the Recruitment and Process Delivery Specialist. Women Innovators, addressed by Suma and Anigowda. And our And our chief guest is Dr. D. Banushree Reddy, MA, MBA, PhD, International Relations Professor, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Tirupati. Now we'll follow by our prayer song.
गणपति महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम् गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रतिष्ठाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you for this wonderful song. Now we'll start with. Now I request Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Professor CSE, Associate Dean IQAC to give the welcome address.
Thank you, Kavya. I welcome all the participants and all the speakers for attending this event. This event is a third National Women's Summit on Women Empowerment on 8th March 2023, and it is organized by the KLU Women's Forum in association with IQAC and Academic Staff College. This Women Summit on the Women Empowerment, it consists of mainly some set of themes: women health, self-defense, sanitation and hygiene, literacy, women entrepreneurship, legal awareness, and the technology for women and women innovator. This women empowerment is mainly concentrating on the based upon the themes, and it is related to the AICT Awards, the Leelavati Awards. As a co-convener, I thank all the speakers who accepted our invitation, and I wish all the best for all the students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Kavya to introduce our chief guest, Dr. D. Bhanushree Reddy garu.
Dr. D. Bhanushree Reddy, MA, MBA, PhD, International Relations Professor in Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Tirupati, Karakam. India Bhanushree Reddy is a professor at IISER, Tirupati, India. She holds a PhD in International Relations from SV University, Tirupati, and has 25 years of experience in teaching, consultancy, and research. Dr. Bhanushree has to her credit publications around 49 in many international and national journals and conducts executive development training programs for industries. She completed consultancy for TV's two-wheeler company in Bangalore on brand image of their new two-wheeler. Her broad areas of research interest include business consulting, cross-cultural management, and international business and logistics. She has guided through 9 PhD scholars in management till date. She had 42 international and national reputed journal publications and trained to banks, NGOs, and technology business incubates. She held positions like Dean at School of Business to Oxford University, Hyderabad, and Senior Professor at WIT Business School, WIT Vellore. She was responsible for academic administration, implementing curriculum, aligning placements, and facilitating pre-placement training to MBA students. She was mentor to the study abroad program at WIT Business School for students who aspire to the University of Michigan. She coordinated summer internships abroad for business school for about 12 years as international relations coordinator to countries like Malaysia, France, Italy, and China. She is on the adjunct faculty role for University of Rome, Tor Vergenta, Italy, and an invited faculty to University of Michigan, Dearborn Campus, USA. She visited USA, Italy, China, Sri Lanka, and Singapore. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our request, and I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you, Kavya, for the nice introduction. Good morning to all the students, faculty, and also the guest speakers who are here today to commemorate the auspicious occasion of International Women's Day. Usually, we have this habit of, making sure that on Women's Day, we talk so much about women and other issues related to women. Hope I'm audible. Can somebody confirm that I'm audible properly? Okay. So my presentation is visible for you?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. It is visible.
Thank you. So I'm into this full slideshow mode because this looks really good. So I'm hoping that I'm audible as well as the PPT is visible. Right. So welcome to the third National Women's Summit of 2023, which has been organized by KLEF Women's Forum Association with the IQAC in a collaboration with. So basically, when we are supposed to talk about women empowerment is highly related to the well-being of the women, obviously. So when we look at the well-being, this is a very tricky word. So how do you define the well-being of a woman? Anybody else can have their own well-being, but for a woman, well-being is actually it's a big network. She has got a family, she has got a social life, she has got a professional life. So everywhere, if she is happy, although it is really difficult to be happy in every aspect of life, still what we can do and how we can make ourselves really in the sense of well-being and happy, automatically that spreads a lot of positive things across wherever we are, either in the family, our working place, or even in the community. So we will talk about this well-being in three folds. One is a personal well-being, another one is a professional well-being, the third one is social well-being. So today I just want to touch upon before all the guest speakers are going to talk about their own struggles, their experiences, their success stories. All these things are very, very critical for the students of today. Please understand that you should be very thankful to your management for organizing this kind of a session where people come and talk to you. Don't think that I'm switching off my video and then I'm just listening to these people, it's just a formality. Don't do that. You just listen to this and you will understand and learn a lot of things. By our experiences, you will be empowered to design your life successfully. So I request all the students to pay a little bit attention. And even though it's little, one-to-one talk where we are not visible to each other, still I feel that this is a very important aspect and you should be thankful for your management for organizing this. So personal well-being of a woman is very large to define. And all of us know that, everything starts with health. And most of the time, the girls are always, a little shy about their body and they don't want to share anything. But nowadays, the schools are so good that they teach you what is a bad touch and what is a good touch. So please be very courageous. If somebody is trying to talk to you or maybe advance to you in a very different manner, please intimate people. Nowadays, we see lots of things that are happening towards girls, and that shyness should not be there. Your body is your priority and your prerogative. Please understand, you are made unique by the God and you are very precious to your parents. So never hesitate to talk to your parents about anything that is related to your body and health. And coming to the next part is safety is also a very important petal in the personal well-being. When you talk about the safety, okay, why am I supposed to depend on somebody for my safety? I advise all the girls should have at least a minimum knowledge of, their personal defense. So the learning of some of these defense techniques is very critical for girls nowadays. So you don't have to be a karate master or black belt or green belt or whatever, but still learn the minimum safety measures that you are supposed to take. So somebody comes opposite to you, how are you going to defend yourself? That's more important. And I wish most of the time the institutions also take the responsibility of teaching the fundamentals of defense for the girls and living standards. How do we define the living standards? It's not about the costly dress you are wearing or maybe the costly cars or maybe costly vehicles that you are using, but living standards are going to be defined by how or what you give to the society. So be a wonderful woman who is contributing to the society, thereby increase your living standards. And housing and home is not talking about anything related to owning a house, but wherever you are living, that is your home. And keep it clean and keep it very, very neat, so that people will get an impression, yes, this woman is really wonderful. And environment and climate. So a lot of times we see that even in the buses or autos, people are just eating a chocolate, the wrapper is immediately thrown onto the streets. So it should start with all the women, all the girls, and all the girl students. So don't do that. You have a bag, you have a purse, keep those stuff in your bag and purse, and then when you come home, put it into the dustbin. As a woman, it is our primary responsibility, because always women are always compared with the earth. Earth is something which is actually having a lot of patience, and earth is something where it goes through a lot of struggles. So these things are very critical, and as a woman you are supposed to give utmost care and importance to environment and climate. And then we are talking about the social connection part of it. Who else can do this? You watch your mother. Whenever they go to any functions, your mother is the center point. She goes and talks to everybody, she connects. And sometimes your father may not be aware of who are the relatives, but your mother knows. She's the best PRO. So in the same sense, I want you guys to observe who are my relatives and who are the people I am supposed to connect with. So try to be a social person, not to that extent that it troubles you, but you are supposed to have social connections for the betterment of your future as well as life. And I talk about one of the personal well-being is education and lifelong learning. There is no end for lifelong learning. And especially when we are in the field of academics, obviously we advise people that update your skills. All of you have access to internet. Instead of watching YouTube and most probably Instagram, you can look at what are the smart or short courses which can help you. And maybe you can look at a cookery course, or maybe you can look at a project management. You can look at different kinds of things which may not be in your curriculum. So look out and just try to find out what are the smart and short courses which you can avail and make use of. So these things are, when they are kept in your CV, when your biodata, it gives an impression to the other person that, okay, this person is interested in learning. That's a very good activity and very good characteristic of a person. It is applicable to both men and women. I'm not restricting it to women, but as women, we are multitasking. We know how to take care of things in different ways. And other important part is personal well-being is time. So please respect the time of others and respect the time of yours as well. And we also look at identity and belonging. Identity, it doesn't come from your dressing, or identity doesn't come from another issues like your jewelry or anything like that. Identity is the smile, and identity is about belonging to the particular community, to the workplace, wherever you're working. And then we are also talking about the governance and the institutions. Be a member of some kind of a organization. Like take, for example, we have CII. We have FICCI, we have always, the women entrepreneurs clubs and other things. So be a member of that and also learn what are the things that you are supposed to do. And I always advise my students, especially girl students, to go for a license, driving license. Try to drive the car or maybe drive the vehicle. You will understand how life is going to be. It's always not, always on the right route, but the other person also should be. If the other person is not right, then still we have to travel. We are not going to stop the car and say that, I'm not going to travel. Life is also the same. So personally, I feel that you should understand the aspects of governance, and also the membership of institutions is also very important in growing your network. And we also see that access and connectivity. I request you, when you are into professionalism, obviously, please look into, any kind of, membership into, again, what should I say? The social medias like LinkedIn and professional social media, not the other ones. And look at the financial aspects of it. Financial aspects come in three of these, like, personal well-being, professional well-being, and also societal. So I will talk about this when I'm talking about this professional well-being. So I wish all of you are with me about personal well-being of women, especially. And when we come to professional well-being, the future workplace gives you 68% of importance to employees' well-being, and this has been found out by the Future Workplace HR Survey of 2021. So, what do you mean by that? So, we see that the COVID has taught us a lot of lessons, and we just developed a very thin line between a work and the place, and we put it like workplace, and definitely workplace life. So we are looking at how usually life has to be part of this workplace, and workplace has become part of our life. So there is no big difference between the workplace and also the life of our usually what we do at home. So we see that a lot of issues are involved in the well-being of professionalism. So this includes career advancement, financial supports, and social connections, community responsibilities, emotional issues which we deal with, and all these kinds of things are properly coming into professional well-being. So this is again giving visibility to the management or most probably employer to understand the struggles of the employee. So now more and more institutions are looking at how they can really hold on to their employees. If I have to give you an example, there is a wonderful example from Tata Group of companies where during COVID time, some employees in Tata, they have died because of COVID. But what Tata people have done is they have, actually started sending the whole salary of that person till the point where they retire. So I'm not expecting all the companies to do this, but still, human nature and human approach towards the employees is going to be a wonderful thing, and that makes and brings a lot of loyalty among the employees towards the organization. So when we talk about this professional well-being, we start with physical. Okay, physically, where are you placed? You just make sure that, your workplace is physically very clean and, it looks good. And all of us know that, in our hurry, usually we just throw the files and papers in a shabby manner on our tables. But take a time, take a minute, and then most probably organize things in a proper manner so that, physically also your workplace is going to be really, really good. And we see that I have to mention here, sorry if I'm trying to be a little away from the topic, but I have to mention this. And this is all our responsibility, that we have to make sure that physically those washrooms and other things are also maintained in a very proper manner. So if somebody is not doing it, don't worry. Whatever best way you can do, you can contribute, we can. I'm not asking you to really take a broomstick and then clean it. There is no harm in doing it, obviously. When we do it at home, why not at the workplace? It is everybody's responsibility, and hygiene starts from there. So I think first thing is high priority to this washrooms and other things. Being women, we have little issues, we have to be keeping all those things clean. And about, all the issues related to the sanitary hygiene and everything. Physical cleanliness is leading to a better living place. And then we talk about career. Yes, as women, we do face a lot of issues like glass ceiling and gender discrimination. Men can go around, they can just booze and they can just go on a little bit of smoking and they can get things done very easily. But women cannot do these kinds of things. We depend highly on our performance, which is actually not visible. And we go and take a back seat, especially in terms of promotions and other things. Still, we have a hope. I think we are supposed to really look at what we have done. And I request all of you to look at building your CV every 6 months. Why am I talking about 6 months? We usually tend to forget what we have done. Put every small thing that you have done on the paper and make a CV, and then you look at it. So it's not that you're leaving this job and applying for another job. This is only to make sure that when you do the CV, you focus only on your strengths and only on your opportunities. So this is the best way of remembering everything and putting it in a proper format where you don't forget. So career building is looking at yourself constantly. And if you are not performing also, this helps you in moving yourself ahead, because you will definitely understand, okay, why my 6 months record is very low. Then obviously we try to focus on improvisation. So obviously try to build your CV every 6 months. Coming to financial part of it, yes, all of us have a salary, which is our main source of income. But I wish all the women should have a second source of income as well. Either you can put it in the stocks, or maybe you can just do it in terms of different kinds of saving schemes, or whichever way. And you can also have a small business, which is going to be helpful. COVID has given us a lot of lessons in terms of nothing is small, everything is big, and everything is contributing to our life. So financially, be strong, and you don't have to reveal your original salary to anybody. You don't have to share it with anybody. This is the most dangerous part, and women tend to tell everybody that, this is what my salary is. But please understand, always your salary is sacrificed for a lot of issues, and other salaries are very safe. But you should also have an idea that how much I'm supposed to save. So keep 30% of your salary definitely for saving, another 20% of your salary for your well-being. Okay, buy things whatever are good for your health, and whatever you want to, and whatever you want to wear, or maybe whichever way it is. And this is where your financial judgments and financial planning is very critical in terms of your well-being. And coming to social well-being, be friendly with people, and you have friends, talk to them. Sorry. So you have friends, revive their relationships, and just say hi to them. Now you have wonderful social media where you can really search for. So don't even dig out too much, but you have friends over there, and make sure that you have a social life where you can really enjoy and focus on yourself. Go to some trips, every year, make sure that you are going out of your place. That gives you a lot of, rejuvenation. And also, when you make a trip, you are learning a lot of things. You will understand the importance of your place, as well as how comfortable it is. And we also learn other things across the cultures. That's very important. And coming to community, be part of the community, do some social service. What do you mean by social service? You can talk to people. You don't have to really spend money on any services. You can just talk to people and listen to them. You are just looking at a hospital, or maybe you can go to a chapel, and you can go to a place where maybe a school where children are there. Just go, just make a storytelling and give them some ideas how their future could be. As academicians, we have that responsibility. And as students also, you have gone through, right? You came to engineering, you came to MBA, you came to BBA, whichever way. What decisions you have taken? Just go and talk to a 10th class student. Tell them these are the options you have in education. So that is also community service. And listen to people. You go to old age homes and just do something. It's a lot of giving process. We are not expecting anything, but we are just trying to give to the society, and this gives you a lot of mental happiness. Somebody is getting some help from you just by your experience. It's not about giving something in kind. So we just understand that we also have a responsibility. And this is what happens in Western countries, where the youngsters are taught to go to old age homes and be there with the old people to listen to their experiences. This gives them an idea how life is going to be. We are not going to be young for all the time, right? So we need to prepare ourselves how we are going to be in the old age. So these things are very, very critical for young students to understand that you should be part of community services. And we talk about emotional being. This is a very lucid word, which I should always say that, women is equal to emotion. No, we are strong emotionally. Definitely emotionally strong. Only thing is we are picturized in such a way that we are emotionally weak, and this is a very good reason for a lot of people to deny us for leadership positions. But emotional people are the straightforward people, and we need to control some emotions. But emotions are not bad. Emotions are very good for health. Nowadays you see a lot of people die in heart attacks. So these are like, you suppress the emotions. Obviously we are building pressure on the health and heart. So don't put any pressure on your health and heart. It's good to be open, but not to everything. Have very few trusted friends and talk to them and take their advice. Have a godfather or a godmother or whoever it is, maybe your elder people, your aunt, uncle, or your own parents. They are just going to help you in terms of giving you good advices. And we talk about the purpose. This is a very critical part in the professional thing. So define your purpose. What are you doing, and what is that you are contributing to yourself? I'm not asking about any other aspect here. What is that you are actually contributing in terms of the purpose of your life? So when we talk about this, I would like to bring in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where we start with the physical needs, and then we go to social needs, psychological needs, and social esteem, and then finally self-actualization. So which position are we right now into, and where are we going to? And our travel should be a very, very purposeful one, and define the purpose, put it on a paper. And maybe a lot of us I see in WhatsApp status. WhatsApp status, you describe something, right? So are you saying that that is your purpose of life? So make sure that you do those kinds of things which are going to give an impression to people that what is your purpose, and ultimately what is that you are actually taking up your travel towards it. So this is all about the professional well-being. And moving on to the social well-being, we see that education dimension. Here I want to mention that I'm a professor today, I'm a doctorate today, and this is all the result of my progressive parents. So 1960s, 70s, having progressive parents is very difficult. They used to say that just give a little bit of education to the girl and then get her married, that's it. But I'm very thankful to my father, because usually men are the decision makers in those days, even now. So when I am owing my all education and whatever I'm today to my father, because he used to encourage me like anything. He always said that education is more important. And they say that definitely it's important that education has to be the first priority in your life. Sorry. Puranam. Well, sorry about it. So finance dimensions, part of it is like, finances are critical, like I already told you. And work dimension is something where, you can design your work. You can design your work, and you can always say that, yes, work is boring for some time, right? But how do you design your work that is going to make it very interesting? And housing dimension, once again, usually we always look at, where is the house, and how we are just looking at to. So make sure that you are in a community which is actually very progressive and helpful, and don't get into different kinds of options where we just go to a place where we find it really difficult. Sometimes we don't belong to the place, and then we have a house over there and don't have any kind of emotions in those kinds of situations. And work-life balance is social well-being. Yes, definitely it's part of social well-being in terms of, we have responsibility towards a lot of people in the family. And when we are working online, and when we are actually prisoners in the home due to COVID situation, at this point of time, we understood. I think nobody else would have understood this better than anybody. So HR people should be very thankful to COVID because they couldn't really explain to us what is work-life balance, but COVID has given us an idea on work-life balance. And democracy dimension, yes, how do we treat people? And we are talking about, we have different kinds of people. Like when you look at the hierarchy, we have bottom level managers, mid-level managers, and top level managers. And it's difficult for us to really understand democracy. But I can tell you, depending on the experience and also the capabilities of the people, definitely there is no democracy in the workplace. I'm very honest to you. And this is a naked truth which we all should accept. Depending on the experiences, depending upon the kind of qualifications and quality people bring into workplace, there is definitely different ranges of treatments. So never complain, never compare yourself with the colleagues or anybody, and never complain that you are giving priority to the person and not giving priority to me. Just look at their background, how they are making it, why they are special, and see that very critically and understand. So then there won't be any comparison. I think this is the democracy part of it, in even in social well-being, like, compare the families of your kith and kin, cousins and everything. And coming to security part of it, security also comprises a lot of dimensions, like, like I said, health part of it, and finance, and also the family. So security comes from your, not only from your family, it also should come from the society. So make sure that whatever we are giving to, society, it is going to come back to us. It's like, universe is a mirror. We send positive things, we get positive things, and we send negative things, we are going to get the negative things. So make sure that we be the part of the social issues, and something is going wrong, please make a whistle blowing, right? You have to mention that, something is not right here. So that has to be done in a very diligent way, where it doesn't harm your career progress or whatever. And we are talking about environmental quality dimensions, where again, this I repeated from the personal well-being. Like I said, environment is the high priority. I think we are at my age, my generation is the most dangerous generation. So we introduced it to the generations, like, use and throw kind of attitude. That's very dangerous to the environment. Now look at the sustainable practices that our elders have been doing. So keep all these things in environmental quality dimensions. So move towards the nature, and try to replace, plastic plates and everything with a plantain leaf rather. So grow more plants in your backyard, and try to get your own vegetables, and try to look at, be careful with the other things whichever you buy from the markets, DMart and all these kind of supermarkets. They give you a massive production, and massively produced products which are genetically not good for us. So it's everybody's responsibility, and especially as a woman of the house, you are supposed to take care of this also. Obviously, when we talk about this healthy environment, we are talking about health dimension as well. So I'm not going to take much time, and we have left with one, that is social connection dimension. So I am here today in KL University virtually, because I have some people, good people who know me, and then this is how I'm connected to. So I wish all the people should have social connections, and never ever leave it. When you go to any conference, any meeting, any seminar, please collect some of the important people details, and just send a hello to them on a New Year day, or maybe wish them on a festival, and just say hi to them on and off. So this helps us a lot, and it takes a long time for us to establish ourselves. But with this social dimension, you are going to make sure that you are good in terms of moving with people, and that really helps us a lot. So I'm open to any kind of questions, but I don't think so inaugural session requires any questions. So I'm wishing a very happy Women's Day to all of you. Please keep this women well-being as the most important thing in women empowerment. And you are going to hear to a lot of women achievers, in terms of, they are coming from police, justice, and I see a wonderful galaxy of women people who are going to come and talk to you. Please take most advantage from that. And I'm especially thankful to the management of KL University, and to Koneru Shiva Kanchana Garu, Honorable Secretary of KLEF. So I'm very thankful to you guys to invite me, and thank you so much for the occasion, and also the opportunity. Thank you so much, and my best wishes to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights regarding women empowerment and personal well-being. Coming to the first topic of today's summit, which is women health. Now I request Sweta to introduce Dr. Kavita Reddy, ma'am, to the gathering.
Dr. Kavita Reddy did her master's in Foods and Nutrition from EPAU, Hyderabad, and her PhD from Central Food Technological Research Institute in Food Science. She worked as a visiting scientist for 3 years at Food Science Department, Wageningen Agriculture University, the Netherlands. She then moved to Purdue University, Indian USA, to work for 4 years for Food Science Department. She then relocated back to India, and she has worked as a nutrition consultant to American Soybean Association or US Soybean Export Council for over 7 years in Delhi. She conducted nutrition-based workshops for doctors, dietitians, nutrition students, etc. during that period. She authored the book cookbook, the Indian Soya Cookbook, published by Upa and Company. Since early 2010, Kavita co-founded NutriTech Consulting Services Private Limited and is looking after nutrition communications, designing and development of health and nutrition products. Dr. Kavita Reddy also runs Shreya Nutrition Consulting Services. She does nutrition counseling for various lifestyle diseases such as weight management, diabetes, heart problems, etc., and conducts workshops for corporate schools, colleges, clubs, etc. She conducts workshops for US Soybean Export Council and US Blueberries Council on a regular basis. She writes nutrition articles and conducts for companies such as AIBTM, 24 Mantra, Alt Plus, Living Foods, US Highbrush, Blueberry Council, etc., and as when required. Presently, she is based on Hyderabad and also works as a guest faculty taking nutrition and food science courses at International Institute of Hotel Management. Now I request Dr. Kavita Reddy ma'am to give us some valuable information about health.
Me. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And am I sharing my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting me. Before I start, I would like to thank KL University for giving me this opportunity, as well as Dr. Hema Malini for asking me to come and share my presentation. And before I start, happy Women's Day to everyone, and also happy Holi. If you see some color on my face and hair, that is because just now my neighbors came and threw some color on me. So sorry for that. But I think she has given a lot of information about me. Okay, so I'll start now. So no introduction needed. Okay, now just my laptop is a bit slow. Okay, can you see this slide? What you eat makes a difference to your health. Once, if I get an okay, then I will continue. Yes. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, then. Actually, why do we talk so much about women's health so much, because first thing is, I don't think it's because we give ourselves less importance or anything, but we are so occupied taking care of other people at home that we tend to, when it comes to us, we sort of, though we know everything, we tend to a little bit become lazy, or not take so much interest in ourselves, especially when you are a mother and wife, and you have to look after your parents or in-laws. So that is why I think, not because I definitely don't take myself or consider myself less important compared to my husband or kid, but I tend to become lazy when it comes to myself. And another thing is, I know there are a lot of young ladies here who are going to be mothers in the future. So how you are right now, your health, etc., will matter how the next generation will be, because a kid's health depends on the mother's health too. So that is why we tend to focus so much on women's health and teenage girls' health, because they are responsible not only for themselves but also for the next generation. And in general, if the mother is aware, or the lady of the family is aware of the how to maintain health, how nutrition is important to health, it makes a lot of difference to the family health. Even though, like ma'am in the earlier lecture said that even though we are equal, but in general, still in lot of families, the man is the decision maker. But when it comes to the family food and all, usually the lady is in charge. So I'm going to women's health and nutrition is a very, very vast subject. So I'm only taking, because I'm given 30 minutes, I'm going to take only the most important ones and talk to you all about it. Now, definitely what you eat makes a lot of difference to your health, and also you are what you eat. I mean, it shows in our on our health, it shows on our skin, it shows on our hair, it shows on our mental well-being, everything. What you eat, whether we are feeling light or whether we are feeling dull and lethargic, everything depends on our food. And if we eat good food, every one of us knows that prevention is better than cure. Less expensive, and also it's easier also to prevent certain diseases than getting it and then taking medicine and all that. So prevention is better than cure, and prevention comes from eating good food, which is part of your lifestyle. So lifestyle is nothing but sleep, food, and physical activity. So major portion is diet. Now let's go to the next slide. Now I won't go into too much details, like you are all not nutrition students, so I will keep it as simple as possible. So if you take nutrients, there are three nutrients which are called macronutrients. They are so called because they are needed in large amounts: carbohydrates, fats or lipids, proteins. Micronutrients are vitamins and minerals. They are required in very, very, very small quantities: milligrams, micrograms, international units. But unless you have them in your diet, you can't utilize carbohydrate, lipids, and proteins. Suppose you are going to the gym or you want long hair. Everybody tells you eat a lot of protein, eat a lot of protein. So you concentrate only on protein, but you are taking the protein, but not everything is utilized in the body. Some of it comes out in the stools or it is converted into fat. So if it has to be utilized properly, you have to have vitamins and minerals. So whenever you are taking extra proteins, make sure you take vitamins and minerals also. Another thing is water and fiber and antioxidants. Very briefly, I'll go through all of them. Now, for Indians, carbohydrates is not a problem. We eat plenty. We eat actually more than what we need. So, carbohydrates are rice, rotis, potatoes, almost dals, papulu. Everything will have carbohydrates in it. And the most important function of carbohydrate is to give us energy. That's it. That is the most important function for our macronutrient carbohydrate. And if we have money to buy food, we don't have any problem as far as carbohydrate is concerned. Now, what type of carbohydrate you would eat, that is where the problem comes. So if we are eating too much of, just remember white color. So maida, rice flour, white rice, sugar, all these are not that good for our health. I mean, take in moderation, but don't take a lot. See, why I say moderation is, if I tell you sugar is bad for health, you may not eat it for 1 or 2 months, but after that, you'll come back to it. Very, very few people will have the willpower. And I'm talking from experience. I run a clinic, I'm running it for 20 years now. Everybody actually goes back with a vengeance. So it is better you take it in moderation. How much sugar you should take, you should know how much sugar you should take, like 4 teaspoons in a day. Like some people say 4 teaspoons, they'll bring a big teaspoon and say, I take only 1 or 2. No, it's a small teaspoon of 5 grams. According to WHO, we should take anywhere between, yeah? Any problem? Okay, I thought somebody said something. Okay, so anywhere between 20 to 25 grams of sugar. And when you're taking white rice, maida, refined flour, rice flour, just keep in mind, don't take it regularly. Take it moderately and only once in a while. Now, carbohydrates also come in the form of a dietary fiber. Suppose you eat green leafy vegetables, okay? When you take green leafy vegetables, there is a part of carbohydrate in it which is not digested in our body. So that goes straight away to our large intestine and make sure that we are not constipated. Our bowel movement is very regular because dietary fiber absorbs water. So our stools are soft and bulky, so we can pass them easily. So it's very, very important for our gut means large intestine, small intestine health. So dietary fiber is the carbohydrate which is not digested in our body because we don't have the enzymes to break it. So it is there in all fruits and vegetables. So it's very, very important. How much to eat, I will tell later, but make sure you have whole grains. Whole grains means what? Like little bit of brown rice. When you're making rotis, don't eat too much of maida and try to get whole wheat atta, flour, or multigrain atta. If you can get millet atta, even better. But nowadays, of course, it's very, very millets are very, very popular, and millets have become very, very fashionable. So some people like go and start eating only millets all the time. That is also not good, because our gut is not used to it. So some people have loose motions, that is diarrhea. Some people have constipation. Some people have bloating. So when you are not used to millets, start using it, first maybe once a week, then twice a week. Let your gut get used to it. So don't start anything a lot. Okay, moderation is the mantra to everything. Some people will not have a problem. Again, there are exceptions. They will today stop rice and wheat and from tomorrow only millet, and they'll be fine. But all people may not be as lucky as that. So if you have problem, increase it slowly. So you should have dietary fiber a lot in your diet. Now I have also seen what people, they go and buy bran pottu, wheat pottu and all, and add it to their rice and to their chapati, to everything, and increase the fiber content. That is also not necessary, because when you add dietary fiber a lot to your diet and eat lot of raw vegetables, only some people can tolerate it. For the others, it makes the food go so fast in our gastrointestinal system that everything is not absorbed properly. The nutrients are not absorbed. So don't do anything too much. Good, everything is good in nature, but see if it is suits your body or not. And please don't follow what all comes in WhatsApp and you'll see on the net, because always there will be wrong things or things which work for only few people. So don't follow those. Just see where the information is coming from. Next, another very, very important macronutrient is protein. Now all of us know that protein is very, very important. It gives energy, it gives growth and development. It is when we sleep, all the repair which is done in our body is done by proteins, and also maintenance. Now where do we get proteins from? We get from animal foods as well as dals. Now the problem with protein is, however well off we are, we have enough money to buy food, Indians tend to be a little deficient in protein. So how much? Everybody is an adult here, so we require approximately about 1 gram or zero point 0.8 grams per kg body weight. So if you are 50 kgs, you require about anywhere between 45 to 50 grams of protein. I'm just telling a general requirement. For pregnant and lactating mothers, it will be more. So the problem with this is, a lot of people eat just rice in the south, rice, rasam, and one vegetable. We don't get enough protein from that, and we don't get good quality of protein from that. So it's very important because the building blocks of our body are proteins. The enzymes which are responsible for all the reactions in our body are made out of our protein. So, and another thing is, protein is not stored in our body. Every day we have to give. Suppose you are thinking, tomorrow I'm not going to eat protein, so let me eat twice the amount today. It doesn't work like that. If you eat twice the amount, whatever the body needs, it takes, the rest is converted into fat. So our body cannot store protein, so we have to give it every day. Now, there are a lot of young girls, I think, in this group. So you're very interested in hair, I know. But hair is nothing but protein. 91% of your hair is protein, made out of protein. So unless you give protein through the diet, there is no raw material for your hair to form and to grow. So all these advertisements, which come on the on TV and all, that you soybean is a rich source of protein and it is added into your shampoo. No, you'll get great hair. No, it is mostly, it makes your hair soft, smooth, but the hair should be there. If it is not there, it is not going to make you grow more hair. It is not going to make it longer, nothing. It just conditions and makes the hair good. For hair to grow, you need protein, because 91% is protein. And you also need omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin A, vitamin C, iron, biotin. These days, I see so many people taking biotin capsules, biotin in their shampoo, biotin everywhere for their hair. Such expensive stuff. Biotin we get nicely from our hair, from our food, Indian diet. There is not a problem. Unless you are a picky eater, you don't eat a variety of foods, then yes, there may be a deficiency of biotin. So suppose I am not deficient in biotin. I'm losing my hair, and I go buy expensive capsules of biotin, shampoos of which has biotin. Nothing will happen to me, because only if I'm deficient in biotin, this extra biotin will help me. If I'm not deficient in biotin, I'm getting enough from my food. This is all waste of money. Simple. So think about it. I mean, everything which is advertised may not be good for you. Mostly it is not good. It is simple waste of resources, according to me. So think about it. First, food. Good food, nutritious food is more important compared to supplements or getting foods from other things. Now, next, fats. Everybody, the minute you think of you're putting on weight, or some young girls are very, very particular how much fat you should eat. Fat you can eat about 25 to 30 grams. This is given by WHO. Only thing, don't eat too much of it, but some amount of fat is very, very essential for us, because if fat is not there, fat soluble vitamins like vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin A, how will they be transported throughout our body? They have to dissolve in fat, and then only they can be transported in our body. Bile acids, so many other things. Some hormones are made out of fats. If we don't have fats, all these things, omega-3 fatty acids, which is good for our heart, which is good for our hair, they cannot be replaced. So therefore, it's very, very important to have some amount of fat in our diet. Just don't go overboard. Like I see mothers complaining, my daughter doesn't want any fat. No, that is not right. You should have some amount of fat in your thing. Suppose you are a family of 4. So take a katori, or a small vessel, and put like 4 into 5 teaspoons. That is 20 to 25 teaspoons of oil into your that vessel, and use that for the day. And if you want ghee, use ghee. Then if you're going to use 4 teaspoons of ghee, take out 4 teaspoons of oil from it. So that way it is good, but don't overdo it, but don't underdo it also. It's very, very important to have fats in your diet. Now, what are omega-3 fatty acids? They are a type of unsaturated fatty acids. Now, these are found in soybeans, they are found in flax seeds, they are found in fish and all. Vegetarians will have little problem of getting sufficient omega-3 fatty acids. These are very good for your heart, for your brain, for your hair. Now, start using flax seeds in your diet. Start using soy. If you don't want that, you can, some oils also will have omega-3 fatty acids, or you can ask your doctor to prescribe omega-3 fatty acid capsules. Very, very important. Another thing is saturated fats. Saturated fats are not good for your heart. Like they are there in ghee and butter and all. But keep it little, but only if you eat a lot, it causes harm. Otherwise, it's okay. If you are eating about 5 teaspoons of oil, in that saturated is also there, then don't worry about it. Actually, youngsters don't need to worry about it unless there is a family history of heart issues and all. Now, when it comes to fruits, fruits, why we say you should eat about 100 grams of fruit or 2 fruits per day is because when we cook vegetables or when we cook rice or anything, there are majority of vitamins will be lost because of heat. Anywhere between 40 to 70% of vitamins will be lost because of cooking. Now, fruits we don't cook. So if you eat 2 fruits per day, that will take care of a lot of vitamin requirement. That is why whether you eat other stuff or not, vitamins are very, very important, because your proteins, carbohydrates, fats also need these vitamins. So 2 fruits, at least 100 grams, 100 to 200 grams you can eat every day. So on an average, one apple or one banana, one thing. But don't eat too much also, I mean, it's okay, but it is not necessary. Like, especially for people who are putting on weight, or those who have diabetes and all, they should not eat too much of sugars, because sugars are present in fruits. But fruits also have fiber in it. So it's okay, but don't overdo it. Next, vitamins are required for making energy in our body, for immunity. They have antioxidant property. They are good for our bones. How are they good for our bones? If you want calcium to be absorbed, we need vitamin D. It's good for people with anemia. If you want iron to be absorbed, we need vitamin C. Like that, there is a connection between vitamins and other functions in our body. So just remember, 2 fruits a day. Vegetables, because we cook them, little bit of vitamins will be lost, but minerals are not lost during cooking. So every meal should have some vegetables in it. About 200 grams of vegetables in a day. I will tell you how much should be green leafy vegetables, how much should be other vegetables. But vegetables, very, very, very important. Now, minerals, we need calcium, sodium, potassium for our electrolytes, iron for our hemoglobin, calcium for our bones and teeth, and selenium is an antioxidant. Now, if you look at milk and milk products, they are the best sources of calcium. So good for our bones, good for our teeth. If for any reason you can't take milk, you can absolutely take curd. No issues at all. If kids at home are not drinking milk, don't push them too much, because then they develop an aversion, and the minute they are out of the home, they stop drinking milk. So try for a while with curd, and then again try with little bit of milk. Now, there are vegans who are going away from dairy and dairy products. There are so many people who think there are hormones in milk or some other reason why they are going away from milk and milk products. The only problem is when I ask them, they say we are eating lot of palak, spinach, and other green leafy vegetables. But remember, only 5% of that calcium is absorbed, whereas in milk 32% calcium is absorbed. So take somebody's help and see that you are getting enough calcium. Lot of people, they don't give because they think there are hormones in the milk, that's why they are not giving. No, when you they not everybody uses hormones on animals, and if they use also, when you heat, the hormone thing is gone. Then for women, there is another issue with bones. What happens is, this is a healthy bone, this is an osteoporotic bone. All of us, when do we start thinking about when do you start thinking about your bones? When you are 35, 40, when you start having a knee pain, this pain, that pain, then you start drinking milk and all. But by 30, 35 years, your bone density is set. How much ever you take after that, it will be only maintained. You still need after that also, but it is only maintenance. If you do a lot also, maybe little bit bone density will increase, but otherwise it doesn't really help. You are all, from what I understood, are BTech or BSc students, that age group. So you still have about 15 years to build up your density of bones. It's very important to have a bone like this and not like this, because once a small fall also will lead to fracture and multiple fractures later on in age. So till 30 to 35 years, your bones are like banks. Keep on adding calcium, it goes and gets deposited. Suppose there is one girl who is no always sitting, and then there is one girl who's good at sports and all. The amount of calcium which goes and deposits is more for the person who is physically active. So try to adopt a sport, or go for a walk, jogging, something like that, so that whatever calcium you are taking is going and settling down in your bones. How much milk and milk products you require? About 250 ml to 300 ml milk every day in the form of curd and milk. What you add in coffee, tea, please don't count on that, because the absorption of calcium is not that great from these drinks. So curd, and it's very less. One packet of milk is 500 ml. 250 is just half of it. Half, if you take curd and a little bit of milk, you are done. So please don't neglect that, because you blink and you open your eyes, you are 30, 35. More than that, even I feel I was only 20 last year, so I am 58 now. So imagine, so for you all, it will go like this. Now, next is, I get a lot of clients, young girls who have low hemoglobin levels, and they come and they tell me, we are taking iron, but our hemoglobin levels are not going up. That is because you're not taking protein sufficiently. Hemoglobin means heme is iron, globin is protein. When a doctor tells you, when you have less of iron or less of hemoglobin in your body, he or she will say, they'll prescribe iron tablets or iron something, syrup and all, and then they say eat good food. This good food thing we forget, and we only concentrate on that tablet. No, you are only getting the heme part. What about the globin? You have to eat proteins, whether it is from dals, whether it is from whatever it is, meat, everything you need to have. And another thing, remember, if you are a non-vegetarian, if you eat non-vegetarian foods, your iron levels go up much faster compared to plant sources like spinach and all. Egg yellow has lot of iron. So if you are a non-vegetarian, focus on that. If you are a vegetarian, then you have no choice but to eat plant foods. But remember, you should add squeeze lime juice over your chole or rajma or your palak or any green methi, because absorption of iron will be better in the presence of vitamin C. Now, why do we concentrate so much on protein? Is because whenever we get an infection, so much we heard during COVID time, infection, our body needs to have antibodies. So, whenever we are attacked by any bacteria, virus, etc., our body releases antibodies to fight the infection. Those antibodies are nothing but proteins. So if you don't give through our diet protein, how will our body make antibodies? So we need to supply our body with raw materials. I know I'm rushing, but I want to tell all this, which is important. You can always send me the questions later if you don't understand anything. Now, antibodies are made out of proteins, so we need raw material protein. That is why it is very important. For our immunity, we need to have good diet, good physical activity. Studies are there which say that people who are physically active, their immune system is better. And sleep, 7 to 8 hours, very, very important for our immune function. Now, water, 3 liters is sufficient. 60 to 70% of our body is made out of water. All the reactions take place in the medium of water, and whatever we lose through urine, sweat, and breath, we have to replace. Now, I'm not a naturopathy person, so I only follow what was taught to us. We were taught we should replace the water we lose from our body, which is done by 2 to 3 liters of water. But sometimes people drink 5 liters, 6 liters, 7 liters of water every day, thinking toxins are washed out of the body. According to science, you go to the washroom much more often and you put more load on your kidney. Not really so much of advantages are there by drinking too much of water. And 2 to 3 liters of water for normal people. Those who are athletes and physically very active, sweat a lot, they need to take a little more water. But otherwise, this much should do. And always drink with a glass to the mouth, because so many people get bloating problem because they only drink from top. Along with water, they gulp a lot of air, which causes a lot of bloating. Now, in our large intestine, in our body, let's say I'm 60 kgs, about 3 to 4 kgs of my weight is nothing but the microorganisms living in my body. 70% of those microorganisms, bacteria, fungus, protozoa, etc., they are in the number trillions. 70% of them are in my gut. And this is responsible mostly for my immunity. 70% of my immunity is also from my gut. So we need to make sure that these are living properly. How do they live properly? They live properly when we supply food for them, which is the dietary fiber, which we don't digest, but which helps our gut to be clean, and also food for our gut. Very, very, very important. There's a lot of research going on in this field. Another thing we need to talk about is antioxidants. Every cell in our body releases free radicals, and these cause, if they accumulate a lot, they cause a lot of problems, immunity problem, heart issues, etc. So we have to supply antioxidants through our diet to clean up the free radicals. What are the foods which will have dietary antioxidants? Vitamin C, E are good antioxidants. Nuts and oil seeds will have vitamin E. vitamin C fruits will have. Minerals like iron, zinc, and selenium, they are there in whole grains. And phytochemicals. Phyto means plant, chemicals. They are there in green tea, ordinary tea, fruits and vegetables, etc. So always take sufficient amounts of fruits and vegetables. How much should we take? Vegetables, 300 grams. Green leafy vegetables, 50. Roots and tubers, 50. Other vegetables, 200 grams. Fruits, 100 grams. If you take this, your phytochemicals, your antioxidants, your vitamins and minerals, all the RDA is met. So please concentrate on this. And prebiotics are foods that are rich in fiber. These are good to keep our bowel movement regular, no constipation. Stools are soft and bulky, and also they are food for the micro organisms in our gut. Curd will have live bacteria. It helps to maintain the good bacteria in our gut. And Indians, we are very, very lucky to have curd as one of the, we can easily put it in our cuisine, because so many, almost every one of us eats curd every day. Now, a balanced diet should have adequate protein. If we have adequate protein, we will have adequate carbohydrate and fat. Whole grains, so that we have adequate fiber. 2 fruits a day, vegetables in all the meals, curd, and spices. Spices are full of phytochemicals which don't have any nutritive value, but they have a lot of health benefits. And also remember, variety and moderation is important. Try to get nutrients from a variety of sources. Remember, no food in nature is bad. We are not suitable for it. Fruits, sugar cane is not good for diabetic people. So those people have diabetes, that's why it is not suitable. For others, it is okay. So it is us who are not suitable. So always take what is suitable for you, and take a variety, get from a variety of foods, and eat in moderation, and everything will be fine. Now, I know we don't have time for questions and all, but I just want to explain this. Remember during COVID, we were adding turmeric in everything, like turmeric will save us from everything because it has curcumin. But we forget that curcumin is not absorbed properly in our body. So if you add a pinch of black pepper powder, the curcumin absorption really goes up a lot, 200, 2000 times. So add, whenever you are using turmeric, add a pinch of pepper. So I can't go into all the tips like this, but if you have Instagram, if you can follow me on Shreya_nutrition, I'm quite active on it. I will answer any questions you want, and I post a lot of nutrition tips like this. So you can come there and ask me any question you want, and I'll be very, very happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to address so many of you all. Once again, thank you to the management of KL University, and thank you, Dr. Hema Malini. Thank you.
And they value nourishing our mind and body. We assure that we will follow your request. If you have any questions, you can ask in chat box.
Okay, where is chat box if there are any questions? I can't see any questions. So if you don't have any questions, thank you once again for the opportunity to talk to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Now I request Sweta to introduce about the Darshana Amuka ma'am about technology for women.
Darshina Amugam, qualification BCom, Accounting Finance, PSG College of Arts and Science, qualified cost accountant with All India rank 33. Currently working as finance specialist in Helban, Coimbatore. She worked as finance executive in ITC Food Division, Bangalore, also as visiting faculty in ICWA chapter, Coimbatore for law and business valuation. Now I request ma'am to give us some valuable information about technology for women.
Hello, am I audible? Am I visible? Yes, can you help me with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. It feels great to be a part of this grand day and to be addressing all pretty women out there. Happy Women's Day to everyone who are present in this meeting. To be very honest, I'm not a very strong supporter of Women's Day because I think Women's Day, actually, why do we celebrate Women's Day? The International Women's Day is celebrated to have a gender equality for women as well, and also to show them in all spheres of life. I think that women are someone who should be celebrated every day, not just on March 8th. This is my opinion on Women's Day. And celebrating women need not be grand celebrations. It's just like taking care of the women next to you is all that is required as a woman. And I also think and I also think that we as a women should start taking care of ourselves. So the previous speaker, the doctor, the nutritionist has spoken so many nice things about how you should all be taking care of your health. And I also think that you should all be prioritizing your own physical and mental health and putting yourself in front of everyone else. Because I think taking care of yourself is the first step that you take towards celebrating yourself. And I also want to say that never romanticize the fact that you are there for everyone, that you will do everything for everyone. I think the art of saying no is what we all need to master these days. Because our own mental health, our own peace of mind is more important, is what I believe. And why I say all this, because I always believe that educating a woman will educate the whole generation. So I thought I'll give you small snippets from my life so that you can take it into your life. And I don't want to say a lot of things today. I just want to brief it so that smaller points what I give, you can introspect in your life. That is what I am expecting in this session today. So how are you all feeling? How are you all? Yes, or is everyone on mute and only I can speak? Is it like that? Yes, no, yes. Okay, so I believe that I'm the only person who can be speaking and everyone else is on mute. Okay, so before going into technology for women, I just want to say a few things which is about finance for women, because you all as professionals now, the next phase of your life would either be you being entrepreneurs or you being the working professionals. So in either ways, I think knowing your finances is very important. Knowing your finances and knowing your taxes is like no negotiated term for you in your life, because knowing your finances is all about, is as simple as knowing what comes in, what goes out, what am I saving or what am I investing, and what have I saved for my rainy day, is all that is about your finances. And being an introvert, if you are all an introvert like me and you don't want to meet new people, then I think you don't even have to go to bank these days. Everything is there at the click of your button, because You want to book an RD, you want to book an FD, you want to see what has come in, what has gone out. Is there some error in payments? Where is it stuck? Everything you can know it at the click of your button. What has brought you to this place is your technology, the advancement of your technology that has brought you to this place. And why knowing your finances is important is that because as young independent women, I think your financial freedom is something which you should be working towards. It could be a financial independence or financial freedom, which means that you have some kind of corpus available with you, which will help you to meet out all your basic expenses and as well as your discretionary expenses. It may not happen now, it may not happen tomorrow, it may take time, but I think we should put our own steps to make it happen is what I strongly believe. And then regarding your uh, taxes, taxes are generally of two types, which is the indirect tax and direct taxes. Indirect taxes are those taxes which gets levied to you on your goods and services which you consume. So in all those long bills which you get from the malls, you see things like how many percentage GST is levied, what is the what is the amount of it, and all those things. So whatever goods you consume, and that there's something called as your GST. This is your indirect taxes basically. Direct taxes are those wherein on your income what kind of taxes are levied, or it's your income taxes basically. So only when you know your taxes, you will know how to plan for your finances. You can all be like, dude, we are not even finance, we are not from a finance background and all those things. But I think you needn't be a finance background person. I think everyone should be knowing finance. It is non-negotiated because you guys are going to be the shapers of the society tomorrow. You're all educated young women, and I think you should all be knowing about your basic finances. So, and how does technology aid in all those things is like, you, like I already told you, you need not even go anywhere. You need not step out of your home to get anything done. You can lie on your couch and still get things done with your smartphones in your hand. And then there's something called as saving and investing. Saving is where you keep your money safe with you in a bank, in FDs, RDs, and things like that, conservative methods. And then there's something called as investing, which is going to give you better returns than in traditional instruments. So for investing, what do you do? For investing, you need to have a demat account. So initially, a few years back, it is like you have to go to a stock exchange to get yourself registered for investing or trading and things like that. Now you have everything at your own disposal. You have a lot of applications these days, like you have Grow apps, you have Zerodha and things like that, where you can understand what investing is. So I think you should be knowing it. So this is how technology is coming into your life. This is how much it has come inside your life, how much intervention technology has in your life with regards to your finances also. And then and this investing or saving, it is usually of two types. One is the conservative methods, like what you do in a bank, PPF and PS and things like that. But whereas when you go to this dynamic processes, it involves doing some kind of stock investing and mutual funds investing, index funds investing and all. So index funds are usually those funds which tell us how the markets are going, and they go in the direction of your market. So investing in index funds may not be that risky that as that of your equity funds, but still yield you better returns. So that is with your index funds. And then and I want to tell you something about there's a magical rule in finance which says the rule of 72. So what is this rule of 72 is that 72 divided by the returns which you get on your investment. Say I have a fixed deposit which is yielding me 6% return. So 72 divided by my returns will tell me the number of years, which is 12. 12 is the number of years which would take for my investment to become double. Say I've made an investment of 1 lakh rupees, and if I invested it in some 6% average return earning thing, then I would be getting, it'll get doubled. So I'll be getting it as 2 lakhs in 12 years time. But at the same time, if I'm a dynamic investor, if I'm not so conservative and I go to the next level and I start invest in basic index funds and equity funds, there I think I'd be getting some 12% return. So even if I get 12% return, then in 6 years my 1 lakh would have doubled. So why I tell you all this, why when it's not related to technology, is that all these small things are those which I've learned from my YouTube and all these podcasts which I hear. There's nothing called as you cannot learn anything. Everything is expensive. There's no concept like that. Everything is readily available to you on your own networks. So you have access to them also. So I think you should be making the best use of it. So, and not only this, you could be making some fixed deposit investments or recurring deposits, NPS, PPF. They may be having lock-in periods. They may be having some arbitrary numbers, and you won't even know how much returns you're going to get. And they have all these foreign words like simple interest, compound interest. It is compounded at so and so percentages. This which we would have just learned somewhere in our 7th or 8th standard, wherein simple interest, compound interest, and all those things. Now we don't even remember the formulas, what is happening. So all these things also, it is readily available to you in a lot of calculators online. So it could be your return ROI calculations, return on investment calculations. It could be your taxes. If you just give your figures, which is available to you from your employer, in that case also, you would be knowing what would be your taxes and how you need to plan for your taxes. So this is how technology has been entering into your life. See, some 20 years back, if somebody told me that all payments would be made only online, money wouldn't be as prevalent as it was in 2000, I would have never believed. But now, can you even imagine your days wherein you can go outside without your phones? You can't even imagine that, because everywhere, see, you get lost, you don't have any money and you get lost. When you have your phone, you have that feeling, okay, I can somehow get back home. That's because you have all your phone numbers, you have so many payment apps where you can make your payments. You to get anything also, lately people have not been preferring wallets. They have their phones with them. I don't carry my wallet these days. I only carry my phone, because that's how much the technology has come into your life. So knowing your finances through the online sources is something which is mandatory. Like I already told you, you may not be a finance person, but knowing your finance is mandatory. And then coming up to your social media. So I think on an average, the studies show that an average person spends almost 2.5 hours to 3 hours on social media. And the worst is that the people who are in their teenagers, in their prime years, spend almost 7 to 8 years. I won't say it's worse, but it's something which is happening. So 7 to 8 hours they spend on social media. And those people, that predominant people, they are between the age limit of 19 to 29. So that creme de creme people are spending so much time on social media. But is social media a place only where you share your photos, videos, your reels and things like that, or you keep scrolling through them? No. Social media is a place where you can create your own brand. This is for the entrepreneurs or people who are planning to start up their own business, as a small business or a big business, starting it from the scratch, or a family business. It could be anything. But these days, social media presence is something which is mandatory, because even you would have noticed in your lives, wherever you go to YouTube, Instagram, and everywhere, you see people promoting a lot of products, celebrities coming up with new products and things like that. So it's important that your brand has a social media space. So you create a niche for yourself and you align your goals towards it. And the first thing what you need to know is your target audience. So I need to know who are the people who are getting my products. So once I get to know about it, then I will go only in those spaces where they are predominantly available. Say I have a beauty brand which mostly targets on people from 20 to 35. So I need to understand which is the platform where I'll find them more. So these days it's mostly Instagram. Initially it was Facebook. Now the focus has come more to Instagram. So in Instagram, I would create a niche for myself. I need not be a jack of all trades. I need not know everything. But whatever I know, I need to align it with my goals. I need to align it with my target audience. So I find out my target audience, I align my goals towards it. Then I use some kind of search engine optimizations. So search engine optimization is wherein I think you all would be knowing it, because when you type something on Google, you have a lot of pages coming, and we as normal human beings, what do we touch first is that the one which comes first, because we feel that that may have a lot of information. That is search engine optimization. When those websites have the words, some kind of keywords which you are looking for, then it will come in front. So you have to be using those optimizers wherein you can put up those words in your websites or your own brand spaces. So search engine optimization is also important. And then you have to leverage your social media. It could be initially it could have been a private account, and then it becomes a public account. See, no matter what anyone tells, your social media presence is very important for your brand. So you have to be working towards it. So you bring your niche out. Then you have to analyze what has come in, what has gone out. So since techies, you are all, and you all will be doing your projects and all those things, you use Google Forms, right? So in Google Forms, you would be knowing who have all given these responses, who have not responded to this, what is the age group. You will have an idea. The same way the social media is also, they will, in that whatever you're investing, you should have an idea as to what is coming in your way, where are my customers from, what is happening, and all those things. You need to be aware of what is happening within your social media system. This is also very important. So this is how social media is going to take you to better heights. So how is technology helping you? All these places is where you creating your own brand. See, there's something called as drop shipping. Drop shipping is wherein you don't even know who your buyer is, but once an order is placed, I directly route it to my seller, to the third party, and he sells it to the buyer directly. I don't have to maintain a warehouse. I don't have the cost of doing it. So that is also a profit for me. But drop shipping generates revenue, but personal branding is going to create a value for your business. So that is very important. That is what I feel. And I think personal branding is something that is going to like be the market leader for few years from here on, because everyone does personal branding. You would have seen doctors, celebrities, everyone create personal brands for them, personal branding for them. So I think that is the era now. And then yes, any question?
ఇయర్ఫోన్స్ ఏమైనా ఉన్నాయా?
For your wonderful speech. If you have any queries, you can
కదా
ask.
నేను చేతులారా నాశనం చేసుకున్నా ఫస్ట్ మిడ్ వెళ్ళి ఆమె దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి
Okay, so if you have any queries, you can ask. And then that is how social media.
ఫస్ట్ థియరీ ఎగ్జామ్ ఆమె దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి నేనుండి కరెక్షన్ నేర్చు.
And then we can go towards your how do you promote your product? What is that cycle? There's some kind of funnel. That is an action driven funnel. So what happens? What is happening these days? What are all the technologies which we should be knowing as entrepreneurs. I wouldn't say women entrepreneurs because I don't feel the need for saying it, because entrepreneur is an entrepreneur regardless the gender. So anybody should be knowing it. Anybody wanting to have a social media presence should be knowing this. So this AID funnel. So the funnel starts with you creating an awareness for your brand. So how do you create an awareness for your brand? So you create awareness. So that's what like I've been discussing earlier. You creating an awareness is by uh, people talking about it. It could be paid promotions, sponsorships, collabs, and things like that. Each one of you here would have seen some ad or the other, some YouTube video or the other, some Instagram post or the other, which has a hashtag says paid promotion, collab, and things like that, which just means that the celebrities collaborate with your brand or the people. So whatever brand you are starting, so say I start some kind of fitness products, then some kind of fitness trainers would be propagating my a brand, or it could be some kind of financial instruments, then financial advisors would be talking about it. So this is how you create an awareness of your brand. And then what you do is that you create the interest. How do I create the interest? So the interest is something which would come to you when you have unique things on your product. So it has to be unique, it has to create some kind of value to the person who's looking at it. So interest has to be created in this way, and people should be choosing your business over somebody else's business. So that is how you create an interest on your product, and then you create the desire. So desire is something which I think I want to elaborate, because I keep seeing Instagram reels which goes like husband's phone or the wife's phone is partner's phone is basically unnoticed, and the other person, the significant other, goes near it and says anniversary gift, Louis Vuitton bag, skincare, makeup, or something like that, and the AI reads it. And what happens is that when I open my phone and when I look into it, I keep seeing the same ads. That is how you create the desire. You all would have noticed this. You would be speaking about something, and the next day, all the ads, what you see is related to what you've searched. So, say you've looked up for a product in Nykaa, and then you open YouTube and the same ads come to you there. And we all think that it is some kind of coincidence, but then there's some large group of people who analyze your activities and they give you ads. There's a big group of people who are doing it. So it's scary, but it's very convenient yet very scary is what I think about this. So this is the desire quotient. So first you create awareness, then you create an interest for your product, and then the desire regarding your product. And then what happened? Once you keep doing it consistently, then people would be willing to buy your product. So it could be like it's not going to start big. So it could be a small purchase. It could be a medium purchase or anything, but you have to treat them equally. Once your minimum order value is met with, then you go about with fulfilling the product. And what they look into is that, is it safe here? Is it come here? Is it packaged properly and things like that? So it could be small or big, but your actions has to be neutral. So it is action driven. This is some kind of action you take. So this is one part of the story. And then what happens? After that, what happens is that you advocate your product more. So what happens? This also most of you would have seen. So when you shop in Reliance Trends and things like that, you once you shop for some amount, every time they will give you one coupon. That coupon says if you shop for 1,000 rupees will be free. Why do they do it? Because you will again come for the product. It's just tickling your desires, I would say. So they're advocating their product, they're shouting out their products, they're giving you coupons, offers, reward points. So if you get something in an online website, they give you cashbacks, reward points, and things like that. So this is advocating. And they are in Swiggy and all, you would see when you order one item, they will tell you order it with this. So this is some kind of tickling they do to your desires. So they advocate their products in such a way. And then what happens? They also make you, this is with your advocate, and then they recommend the products. What do? They give you more options to choose from, and they give you some kind of free packets, free trials, and all those things, which goes into your recommendation stage. And the last one is, they get back to you after some months. They get back to you with better coupons and better CRM. CRM is customer relationship management. So I've seen it in a lot of online websites, and you also would have seen it. So you buy something and then it comes back to you saying that I think it would be over. Would you like to repurchase it again? Or even mobile recharges, it's expiring on so and so date, recharge it soon, and things like that. So they come back to you with better CRM. So when your CRM is good, when I feel that somewhere they care for me, they respect me, they know my choices, I tend to get back to them more. So that's how it goes about. So this is with your, how you make up your social media presence, how do you go about with your sales aid funnel. So you need to bring your process into all these things. So the most important thing would be to create an awareness of your brand, and then the proper CRM is important. And also the steps involved should be simple. The pattern and the process should be simple, shouldn't be too complicated. I think we all would like sites which quickly takes it from my wish list to my cart, wherein I can enter my address, make the payment, and get it delivered. I would like sites like that rather than it asking me a lot of questions. So this is also one thing which you need to understand. And then what do they speak about? What are the other technologies that as entrepreneurs you all should be knowing is that you all should be having a proper CRM. So customer relationship management should be strong. So you should be knowing what your customer wants. See, technology has taken us to such a place wherein you know what a person from a different state is wanting from you. If when you create a brand, what are they looking for? What are people from the age group of 25 to 30 looking for? 30 to 35, what are they looking for? What are their concerns? What are the products you need to produce? Everything you get it. It's all AI and you get it. And then, so you get those and you use them to get them back. You get those customers like that. When you have a proper customer relationship base, they are definitely going to come back to you. They're not going to go elsewhere because they think, he knows everything about me. So I will again go back to my old vendor only. So that is the power of customer relationship management. And then another one important thing which I have to elaborate here is about the payment processing. Payment processing technologies and systems have to be diverse. There could be a lot of places, both online and offline, where you would have gone in and then you don't even know, you don't even buy the product because they don't have your own pattern or your own payment process. They don't have it. So you think, okay, I'll get it from somewhere else. Or when they charge for your payment, then you think, even if it's 5 rupees or 10 rupees, we think, why would I get it from here? So you have a deferred opinion regarding that. That everyone has, even I have it. So your payment options should be diverse. You should have a lot of options to give to your customers. And then one of the other most important thing is your cyber security solution. Cyber security, as much as your technology is booming, the same way security threats are also increasing. Hackers are booming. There are a lot of scams which is happening on a daily basis. Initially, it used to be people ask for CVV, people ask for card number, people ask for OTP, and then they fool you. Now it is like you pick the call, you're fooled. As in, you pick your call and your money is gone. They give you missed call, your money is gone. You give the basic details, your money is gone. There are a lot of scams which are happening. So you better protect your website, protect your payment systems properly. So cyber security is important. Some kind of You may be thinking, why would I spend so much on this software? But I think it is necessary to do it to protect your own brand and value. So this is also another thing which I had to tell you. And then there's something called as location-based technology. Location-based technology is something wherein this also you will have seen. So when you type in Google or anywhere, you would be like restaurants near me, and then it will show a lot of restaurants or businesses or hospitals or whatever you want near you, it will show. So how do they show it? Is because you register yourself with Google. It's like Google My Business. You register it, and people will come from their side to verify if it is proper, genuine, and all those things. So then what happens? Um, when people start giving you reviews, so this is what this is why people vendors keep on asking you, please give me good reviews. It's because when you give good reviews, you get showed more in the feed, and then your SEO will work, the optimization will work, and when you have uh, good reviews, photo reviews, video reviews, and everything, yours will be shown first. So this is also something as entrepreneurs you should be knowing. So location based technology is also important. So these are the few things which I thought I have to tell you as with regards to this technology and social media. So I strongly believe that social media is not something uh, which which should just be for your entertainment, but it should also be for your learning and understanding. So this is also one thing. And then um, don't think I'm emphasizing too much on this thing, but I would also emphasize more on financial freedom and financial independence. So financial literacy is something which we should all be having. We are all professionals, but we don't even know what is happening to our money. And once you start working, I think you all would be running to your auditors as well. If people know about it, and I'm happy. If you don't, then you should be knowing it, because this month, March, April, people come running saying that we don't even know why so much taxes are deducted from my pay slip, what is happening, and all those things. So knowing your taxes, knowing your finances is very important, which will help you build your own corpus or the funds which you require. So this is also something which I had to emphasize about. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think you would have taken some kind of bits and pieces of knowledge from what I've given you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, both online, offline, anywhere. You can come to me for any kind of questions you have regarding this session. So thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity, everyone. For
Thank
any
you,
questions,
ma'am.
thank you.
Now I request Vasanta to introduce Saraswati Kaula ma'am to the gathering.
Saraswati Kaula has been working as a documentary filmmaker since year 2001 and has made over 30 films covering various issues concerning environment like large dams, river pollution, mining impacts, GM crops, chemical agriculture, coastal industrial corridor, fishing travelers. Her focus has been on the impact of environmental degradation, land acquisition on the local communities, their livelihoods, and their social structures. She has been involved in various environmental people movements and presently working on the issue of Hyderabad pharmaceutical, helping the farmers of the regions in their struggles. I request ma'am to give some valuable information.
Ma'am, now you can speak, ma'am. You have the option. You can unmute.
Okay. Right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to talk today. Should we speak in Telugu or should we speak in English? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. It's your wish.
Okay. So, yeah, I was asked to talk about environment and women and how it impacts women. So, so far, the earlier speaker, she was talking about technology and how we can use it and all that. My observation has been, yes, all the modern conveniences that we have got, right? They have made our life very easy. You know, a lot of things that we use, like our cars, our big highways, um, how do I say, you know, all the facilities that which we are enjoying, including all the IT sector, the AI, everything has made life easy. But then all of this has come at a big cost. The huge cost that we all have paid is the environment and the livelihoods. And this is what I want to talk about today, because as women, we all need to know that a big cause of human trafficking is also, which is where a lot of women get affected and children get affected, is the so-called developmental projects. I'll give you some examples of what I have seen at the grassroots activity. I'll give you an example because you're all in Vijayawada. You all know that there is a thermal power project near Vijayawada. You know, thermal plants and coal mines are all required for us to get this electricity, which is the basis for everything that we are using, including the laptop which I'm using right now and the technology through which I'm able to speak to you today. If we didn't have electricity, we would not have had so much progress. But then the question we need to ask is, progress how much and at what cost? And the questions that have come to my mind was, okay, fine, it is good that all this is convenient, but then is somebody else paying the price? Because every aspect of today's progress and development uses resources, natural resources. And without natural resources, without the resources that Mother Earth has given us, we cannot create this kind of comforts and these things, be it your railways, your flights, your everything that we use in our day-to-day life, including your pen, plastic, everything comes from the earth. It doesn't come from outside. We have not created anything. We are using the resources from the earth, and then we are creating whatever else we are creating, right? Now, for thousands of years, human beings have lived in harmony with nature. It's like I always feel that our ancestors also had a lot of technological advances. I mean, you look at the examples like the Golconda Fort, or you look at all these mighty places that they have built. I'm sure they had enough technology to build big dams, to build a lot of stuff. But maybe somewhere they realized that there is a limit to our wants, a limit to our requirements, what we use and what we don't use, which as modern human beings, we have forgotten. We are taking everything for granted. We are taking that the earth is there unlimited for us to grab all the resources. So we create our comforts and we create our modern life. So this is something as technology students, you all need to learn. I mean, you need to understand, because it's your future as to tomorrow, if you're going to grow up, and whether your children will have, whether you will grow up to see mountains, whether you'll grow up to see clean rivers, whether you'll grow up to see good food, healthy food. This is all the basics of life, which we have sacrificed in the name of development. So what is development? That is a big question we all need to ask. We're talking about women's empowerment. We're talking about everything. Yes, technology that has all this education, has all this development, removed the social stigmas, removed the status, I mean, enhanced the status of the women, really. Because I want to ask this question, that there are examples like there are these technologically advanced, highly educated engineers who go to America. They get married to, again, educated girls. And the girl gets beaten in her house, living in the United States, or she may even be murdered. We have seen all this. And then they still ask for dowry. They still ask for these things. So what is development? Is it just having all these comforts, or is it a development of the mind? Somewhere we are losing that, because I have been totally, completely influenced by this thought. We said that simple living and high thinking. Today, in the name of development, which we call the comforts, all the cars, mobiles, towers, everything that we have, all of that comes at the cost of environment, at the cost of livelihoods, at the cost of everything. Is this the only development? Is making money, is economics the only development? Or do we grow as human beings to a higher level of compassion, of kindness, of seeing each and every human being as equal, which is not happening. In fact, it's getting far worse from earlier to now. It's becoming, people are more selfish, people are more, how do I say, rude. They don't understand each other. They're always fighting. There's no camaraderie, and these smartphones and all are making us more and more alien to each other. We have stopped conversing. We're not talking to each other. We are only looking at our phones all the time. So we all need to ask this very, very crucial question: is this development? That has been my biggest question that I wanted to answer. And I felt that having a car, or having a big house, or having all these big comforts, that is not development for me. How I am as a human being, what have I done in my life for the sake of others? Have I used my intelligence for the benefit of the society? That is development. Because this so-called comforts, like the cars, motorcycles, whatever we are using, and unlimited way, because there was a time when one car used to be for a family for the rest of their life. You buy a car, it was there for 25 years to 30 years. Today, we buy every other 3 months. And one family has, like, each person has one car. And we see what happens in our roads. It's all clogged. And then we try to make bigger flyovers, bigger highways. And for the bigger highways and bigger flyovers, we take away farmers' lands. And then farming gets affected. And these highways, how are they making? They're making these highways using stones which are cut down from all the mountains in Telangana or anywhere else, right? And then we all are pushing our farmers out of the villages to come and live in the cities in the name of development, in the name of jobs. What happens? We are creating jobs, but people are unhappy. People are not happy in what they're doing. And at the end of the day, for making these highways, for making these special economic zones, for making all these coastal industrial corridors, which is there in Visakhapatnam, and from Visakhapatnam to Tada, Nellore, and all the way down to Chennai on one side, and it is going up until Gujarat on the other side. We are destroying the livelihoods. We have already destroyed the lives and livelihoods of millions and millions of fisherfolk, farmers, and farm workers, and all that. So this is what I have observed. Environment is destroyed. People's lives are destroyed because, I'll give you another simple example. When the special economic zones were formed in Tada, near Nellore, a whole lot of these people were dependent on the commons, that is the common lakes and tanks and ponds. These are Yanadi tribe. They lived by fishing. Now, what happened is, okay, they had their self-sufficiency, food and everything. They may not have had education. I understand that. But they had a livelihood. They had their family. They had their community. What happened once that space was closed off, because they said it's a government land, we are closing this off, we're shutting it off, we're not going to fish anymore inside these ponds. Now, they had no other way. They had no other way. They had no way to go. And they said that we are making this, says it is called Sri City, I think, Sri City, and more was the Apache SEZ. Yeah, they had Adidas shoe company came in there. And what did they give? What kind of jobs did they give? They gave jobs to people, and these people had to work from morning to night like slaves without any breaks. And if they wanted to take a break, also they could not take a break. And I know one incident where a woman worker actually delivered a baby in the bathroom, in the washroom. This happened in Tada says. And so this is the kind of torture chambers they are considering as development. Okay, that's on one hand. On the other hand, what happened to these Yanadi women, the people, was they were all hungry. They had no way to go. They didn't know what to do. If you want to go and fish in the sea, they don't know how to do the fishing in the sea. And even at the sea, there was a, they were fencing off, not allowing people, because Reliance, in some places, for example, Reliance in Kakinada has stopped all the fishing activities because they were given away the fishing, the entire sea was sold to them. The seaside, the ports, everything, all of this. They have put all these millions and millions of fisherfolk out of work. What happens to them? Have we given a thought to them? No, we don't. So what happened to these Yanadi women in Tada? Because it's so close to Chennai, some people came in big trucks and they said, oh, we'll give you work. Come with us. And they took the women. And that's how trafficking happens. So if we all want to understand the deeper issues, the social issues, why there is so much social unrest, why are people so troubled these days? You look at our children today, we saw that this boy who died, who committed suicide in Sri Chaitanya Narayana, right? Now, all the families are sending their kids to these schools and they think this is development, this is education. I think we need to have a rethink on what is education, what is development, where do we go as a human society? Are we creating a value-based education? I remember this saying in Telugu, Chaduvu Samskaram, that the Chaduvu or the education was meant to help us to grow as human beings, as better human beings. Today, education has been reduced to just go to school, get a degree, and then you become a machine ready to be employed in an industry. That's exactly what we are. We are just machines inside an industry. We're working patents without thinking, nothing. We don't think about what's happening outside our jobs. We don't think our only goal in life is, okay, shall we go and get this job? The next thing is, my aim is, did I buy this car? Okay, today I'm buying a Breeza. Tomorrow I have to buy an Audi and maybe a Lamborghini. That's it. That's the only thing. And in this race, this rat race that we are all subjecting ourselves to through the propaganda, which tells us that this is the only way to live, what happens to us as human beings? We are losing our soul. We are losing our thinking powers. We are losing our capacity to discern and see what is right and what is wrong. And all of the people, and unfortunately, or fortunately, until recently, rural people, I stay in a village now. So all this has led me to believe that the only way I can earn a living without hurting others is through farming or through land-based activities. So yes, I am educated in England. I went to England to study my filmmaking. I felt that I need to use it for the better of the society. So though I was working in commercial cinema at that time as an assistant director 20 years ago, I made a choice in 2005 that I would like to do documentary films which will reflect life as it is. And if that particular film can help people to think differently, to think beyond what is happening around them, that was my journey. So that was my journey. And this is all my learning, what happened. Because if we are hurting environment, we are hurting people. If you're hurting people, we're hurting environment. They both are inseparable. And the same thing, like look what we have done to our agriculture, the chemical agriculture. It's hurting every one of us. We are all sick people today. In the name of earning more, in the name of higher yields. And let me tell you, this whole green revolution, there was a huge scam because we did have a lot of varieties within Indian seed banks where seeds which were high yielding. There were some doctors, some researchers like Dr. Richaria who were researching on higher yielding simple techniques to increase the yield. Okay, we increase the yield, but what is the quality of the food? So there were multiple questions. Even today we have the hunger. Even today we have malnutrition. We are all malnourished because we're eating rubbish. You're eating rubbish that is grown in these high yielding fields. And our entire rivers, our groundwater, our soil, everything has been destroyed in the Babylon. So we all, as students, as people, I want you all to rethink about, is environment just about growing trees, plants? Or is it just about saying, okay, I'm not using a plastic paper today, or I'm just not? What about our lifestyles? What about all the consumerism, the commercialization, which is putting us so much pressure on Earth's resources, and subsequently impoverishing millions and millions and millions of our people, of our country? I still remember what Gandhiji said 100 years ago. He said, if India were to go, he said that India with her 300 million people is able to provide employment to all her people. England with her just 20 million, with all her technology, has so much unemployment. This is another thing that we need to say. I'm not saying I'm against technology. I'm not saying I'm against development. But what I'm saying is there needs to be a balance. Where is the balance? Where do we stop? What do we do? This is something we all need to know. Is consumerism development? Because that's how GDP is measured. GDP is measured on how much people are spending money, how much stuff we are buying. I would request all of you to go and see a particular, it's a very nice, well-made animation film called Story of the Stuff. Please watch it. It's a very old film, more than 12, 13 years ago. It's very good. I wanted to show you a small documentary of mine, which is called Vision 2020, which I made in 2007. What could be the Vision 2020? So that unfortunately, I could not share it today, but if you want, you can go onto my channel, Saraswati Kavula, you watch it. And there is a film about Musi River, which is in Hyderabad. It's a story of every other river. We're talking, your teacher asked me to talk about sanitation and hygiene, pushing everybody into unsustainable cities, urban centers, and expecting us to, and then what we do, we dump all our, all our waste, all the sanitation waste into our rivers. So somewhere, I mean, this is a very, very short duration for us to talk about things. There's multiple stuff. I hope I can get an opportunity to come and talk to you in person. But as students, as future leaders, you all need to think, where are we going? What are we doing? Is consumerism, commercialization the only form of living? Or is there an alternative? I have managed to find that alternative. I feel that, yes, I would use technology, but with that limit where it is used for the best purpose, and not because I want to be greedy and have so much for myself. So that's exactly what Gandhiji had said, that if we go in the way of the West, for a small country like Britain to achieve the kind of material superiority, I would want to use the word material superiority, we would need, and if India had to go, they had to occupy half the globe. And if India has to go their way, we would need 6 planets to sustain our growth. That's where we are right now. That's where we are going. We've destroyed our rivers. We're destroying our, I see a simple example. In all our apartments, we have lifts, and inside the lifts, we have marble flooring. We have marble and granite even for the staircases. And do you know what happens to all our hills? They are going down, and from hills, they have become mines down 2 kilometers underground. And what will be left for the next generation? Forget about all the other impacts. The impact of that mining on the surrounding communities, on surrounding agriculture, on surrounding people's health, because mining causes a lot of issues like silicosis. It damages the lungs of the people who work in the mines. So before you buy the next product, just ask yourself, do you really need it? That's one request I have to make. And so again, like what happened with what we look up to the West, we look up to their material superiority, the technological advances, but it had come at the price of colonizing almost the entire planet. So do we want to do that? There could be a proper solution, because many people say, oh, you want us to go back in life, in time. I said, I feel that what we need a social revolution where we are creating an equitable space for all people from all religions, all castes, all creed, where we all treat each other as equals, as human beings, as one human being to the other. And I will end now with what could have been our solution. Our real solution was we had the zamindari system where the rest of the people were all slaves. Today, we have the corporate zamindars where the rest of us are all slaves. So what have we done? We have replaced one system with the other. But in the earlier system of zamindari system, at least we had fresh air, we had good food, we had fresh water. Today, we don't have even that. So what could have been the solution? In my take, the real solution should have been what Mrs. Gandhi attempted but could not do, was to do away with the zamindari system, to give land redistribution where everybody had an asset to go and work with the land. And then each one of us had our own place to work on, and then we could be educated. Of course, we need education, but the real education, not this Narayana Chaitanya type of education, where our minds are growing and we open our minds as human beings, and there's nothing wrong. I've been farming for the last 12 years and I'm absolutely happy. I'm absolutely happy. I'm speaking to you right now from where I am, and I'm out in the outside. I don't require air conditioners. We don't even use fan, except in peak summers. So do I need a palace to live in, or do I need a simple house to live in? These are the pertinent questions we need to ask if we want to save our Mother Earth, because she is the first woman, right, that we all need to look up. And she is a provider, like the mother is a provider for the house, for the entire family. It's the earth who is a provider for all of us. And are we taking care of her? Are we looking into her needs and requirements? And is it just us? There are so many species around, millions and millions of species, which we are destroying in our quest for this so-called development, which is nothing but consumerism and commercialization. With this, I would end. I don't know if I've overtaken my time. And if anybody has any questions or comments, I'm willing to take that. Hello?
Is having any queries, you may ask in the chat box.
Where is the chat box? Okay, on here, right? Yeah, I can't, no questions? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Nature is for satisfying our needs, but not for our greed. Thank you, ma'am, for guiding us as to our role in conservation of environment. Now, Vasanta will introduce the next speaker, literacy, Professor N. Usha.
She attended a number of training, including FDB and strategies in modern pedagogy organized by NIT, CITI, and AIC. Staff Professor, Department of English, Krishna University, Machilipatnam, AP. She completed her PhD in English Literature from Sri Padmavati Mahila University, Tirupati after her MPhil program. She also has her credit PG certificate in teaching of English from EFLU Hyderabad. She started her teaching career in the year 1996 as a faculty in Maristella College, VGA, then from 1997 to 2008 with Siddhartha College, VGA from 2008. She headed English depth. Thereafter, she became Associate Professor of English with Krishna University, Machilipatnam, and in the year 2015, she designated as a professor. She also held so many other positions like Principal Registration, Chairperson, BOS, a member, Research Council, and GQAC of Krishna University. Associate Editor, Newsletter of Krishna University, and HOD of Telugu Department. She also qualified APSET in the year 1999. Till now, she has guided 9 students for the award of PhD degrees. She has authorized 9 books on various aspects of English literature. Her articles, 39 in number, have been published in various top-ranked journals. She has had 4 translation publications, including Ranganayakama Dabbus as Money. She presented 23 papers on various literary concepts of English in various international conferences. She presented 28 papers in various national conferences. She also created content online on 5 themes, which include Introduction to 20th Century Poetry, English course online work for Nagarjuna University, and Introduction to A.K. Ramanujan, etc. She is a member of various professional bodies like IACLALS, CLAI, OUCIP, ELTAI, and the Center for the Study of Global Human Movement, University of the Cambridge. She attended a number of trainings, including FDP on strategies in modern pedagogy organized by NIT Sikkim and AICTE. She has given plenty talks on various components of English literature, and the same are available on YouTube. She has organized 7 seminars till today. She developed her talk on All Indian Radio on various topics related to English and motivated for English speaking skills. Madam is also a badminton champion and won several awards of national level. She visited University of North Carolina, Duke University, Princeton University, USA, and also University of Paradena, Sri Lanka on various academic essays. Madam has been awarded Best Faculty in the year 2020 apart from other awards. Madam will now enlighten us to how English language can enrich our strength.
Now I introduce in Usha ma'am to address some information to all of us. Ma'am, you have access to. Ma'am, now you can unmute, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I need permission to share my PPT. Yes, if you can convert me as a presenter, I'll be able to share it. Are you able to see my PPT?
Yeah, ma'am, it is visible, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Good morning. It's almost afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be part of this Women's Day celebrations in KL University. And I thank KL University for inviting me. Here today, I'm going to speak on the types of literacies. Is my PPT moving? Yes, is my slides. Okay, fine. Now, when we talk of literacy, normally we say that literacy is understood as the ability to read and write. We talk about Indian literacy, women's literacy, and so on. By the year 2023, today, literacy among Indian women is almost 78%, but it needs to really improve and go to 100% because women's literacy is very much essential for a family to prosper, because the head of the family may be a man, as we are living in the patriarchal society, but still women also need to improve their understanding of life. They have to know how to read and write, and not just how to read and write, but also they should know everything about life. So in this context, the meaning has to be expanded to include the ability to use language, numbers, images, and other means to understand and use the dominant symbol systems of a culture. Now, when we talk of when we talk of literacies, we have different types of literacies. For example, digital literacy, media literacy, cultural literacy, financial literacy, scientific literacy, information literacy, and critical literacy. So these are the different types of literacies which we need to know about. Let's move on to media literacy. Media literacy is the ability to access, analyze, evaluate, and create media. And media literate youth and adults are better able to understand the complex messages we receive from television, radio, internet, newspapers, magazines, books, billboards, video games, music, and all other forms of media. And media also means social media. I'm sure all of you know about the different social media which we are using, such as WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram, and different things. Okay, but we also need to be aware as women how to use it, when to use it, and the ethics of using social media, because today we see that women are being exploited on the social media platforms. Sometimes, if you read the newspapers, men are trying to defame women, troll women, and also exploit women, by using their pictures, by morphing their pictures and all that. So it is very important to know what content you are going to upload and how much of your private life is on the media. Okay, sometimes we see, people around us using social media to update every moment of their life. Okay, and human trafficking, just as Madam has mentioned earlier, then women trafficking and also kidnapping is going on. If you put everything about your family in the social media, there are also several negative repercussions regarding this. So we need to really understand what social media is doing in the society, and we also need to rethink about what we are doing with it. Social media definitely helps us for empowerment, but it should not make us, victims of these practices. And we need to evaluate and analyze what we are doing with the social media. Of course, social media helps us in empowerment, in taking up rights and issues to the general public, in gathering like-minded people for a social cause, or even advertising about our activities, in the social space. But we also need to be very careful about it. It's like a double-edged weapon. And not just this, social media through blogs or vlogs or YouTube channels can empower women in order to earn. Today, if you open YouTube, we find many women who wouldn't have, had, great communication skills or language ability or higher degrees, they are just opening YouTube channel and they're trying to share their knowledge about maybe cooking or maybe about fashions or online shopping, whatever it is. They are able to have their own, subscribers, followers, and they're able to spread their knowledge. So definitely social media helps women in these aspects. And not just this, many women entrepreneurs and even students, girl students, are creating new apps for, women empowerment, apps for general public, and they are also making wonders. So maybe if you are good at something, you can start a YouTube channel and spread these kinds of, different forms of knowledge, whatever you can. So media literacy definitely helps us, to become better entrepreneurs or better women leaders, but you also have to look at the negative side of it. So you need to be careful about it. Then coming to cultural literacy. What is cultural literacy? It is a literacy to talk and to understand others of different cultures with fluency, while the culturally illiterate person fails to understand culturally conditioned allusions, references to past events, idiomatic expressions, jokes, names, places, and all that. How do we improve our cultural literacy? Okay, we need to, first of all, have a broader perspective of our life, what we are doing in life, where we are, and how we need to accept people of different cultures and not joke about them or not just, troll them or whatever, but we need to understand what cultural literacy is all about. So if we can really, accept people of different cultures, people of different, places, and if we can live together in harmonious conditions, that is what is cultural literacy all about. For example, there were some problems with regard to the Nepali students in Bangalore or in different states in India, where they were, ragged or they were bullied, and some of these students had to go back to their country and all that. And if you see in the Indian diaspora or the students who are going to US for higher education, sometimes they are getting into racial attacks or they are being racially abused. These are some of the examples which we need to understand and think critically. So when we get into a new culture, when we try to become part of that culture, definitely there will be harmony. But if we don't accept people of the other culture, and if we try to bully them or rag them or something, that is illiteracy, cultural illiteracy. So this is a very important aspect of our life. The kind of discrimination, it may be racial discrimination, or it may be cultural discrimination or caste discrimination, all this, all these aspects come under this cultural literacy. So when we are brought up in one culture and we are not able to accept people of other culture, there the problem arises. So I'm sure today, in a globalized world, we need to understand what cultural literacy is, really what about. Then we'll move on to the financial literacy. I don't have to, tell you about financial literacy because earlier you have heard about financial literacy from one lady. She was discussing about different aspects of finances and all that. But financial literacy is the ability to understand how money works in the world. And unfortunately, women do not give importance to financial literacy. They just think that whatever they earn or whatever they get, should be managed or can be managed by them very easily, but it is not so. It is about how someone manages to earn or make it, how the person manages it, how he or she invests it, and how that person donates it to help others. So financial literacy is very important for women, be it working women or housewives or students or senior citizens, whoever it is. Financial literacy is very important because women traditionally are very good financial experts. I feel so because if you look at our grandmas or mothers during the Corona time or during a family wedding or during demonetization, women brought out all those rolls of money which they safely kept in their almeras, to exchange them. Now, women are very careful in managing money at home because whatever be the problem, they will be able to find a solution, to get over it. But sometimes we also see women who do not know anything about financial literacy. The other day in the newspaper, I saw that an SBI manager lost some money from his bank account because he opened a fraud message, and then because of some kind of transaction, he just lost the money. So imagine if a bank manager, loses money, what about the common people? So we have to be very careful regarding this financial literacy, that it is not enough if we have money in the bank, or if it is not enough if we have a debit card or a credit card or an online account or a UPI, account and all that. But we have to be very careful about the cyber crimes, and we have to take care of this cyber security. We need to understand how things work around us, because today our smartphones are very good, they are helpful, but they also can, take away our money. For example, I'll tell you from my personal experience that recently when I tried to, handle a particular transaction, one particular guy, he called me up saying that, I would like to take your flat for rent. And he sent me his Aadhaar card, then PAN card, and some of the details saying that I'm an army doctor from North, and I would like to come to Vijayawada and I would like to rent your flat. I believed in him. Okay. And he sent me all his these cards also, Aadhaar card and all that. And I thought everything is going to be fine. Then the next day morning, he said he would like to transfer the advance to my account. And then he asked me, my account details, all that. And when I gave him, he said, just send me 1 rupee from your account to my account. And then, I'll transfer the rest of the money. Then I started wondering, why is this guy trying to tell me all this? Because nowadays it's very easy to transfer money with UPI ID like Google Pay or Phone Pay or Beam app or whatever. So I told him, just do it. He said, no, just send me 1 rupee from your account, then I'll be able to send it. I just couldn't understand this. And immediately I contacted one of my friends, who is good at this cyber crime and all these issues. Then she immediately told me not to do this. So I informed him. this is my UPI ID. If you can transfer it, just do it. Otherwise, forget about it. And that he tried to again tell me, saying that, he tried to picturize it, saying that I am financially illiterate. I do not know about all these transactions. And so if it is just 1 rupee transaction, nothing will go. He will add that 1 rupee also into my account and all that. But I said, no, I'm not going to do that. And finally, after a few days, I came to know that it was just a fraud, call, and this guy was not really interested. So in this way, we have many kinds of experiences nowadays with regard to financial literacy. So it's women have to be very careful about the finances, how to manage their finances, and also, how not to be cheated online or by others or exploited by others with regard to their finances. Then coming to the scientific literacy. Scientific literacy is a knowledge and understanding of scientific concepts and processes required for personal decision making, participation in civic and cultural affairs, and economic productivity. And it also includes specific types of abilities. Today, if you look at the academia, in global universities, there are many scholarships, there are many incentives and projects which are being offered to women scientists and also to women students, so that more girls and more women get into science. Okay. Traditionally, in a engineering college, it used to be a male-dominated engineering college, or only men would join in an engineering college. I'm sure you would have heard of Sudha Murthy, the famous, writer. She talks about her own experience when she went to study computer science engineering, that she was the only student in the class surrounded by only male students. Now, that is not the perspective now. Definitely, we find women or girl students taking up engineering, taking up sciences and studying and doing research in that. But that number has to increase. I don't know about KLU, like how, what is the percentage of girl students in KLU, but definitely the percentage should increase, and more students should opt for sciences and research in sciences, because that will help the society. Women are half of the society. It is like half of the sky. And if our half is not properly working, if they are illiterate, if they are uneducated, if they are not empowered, it is like we have to work only with one hand. What about the second hand? The second hand is not working properly. That should not be the condition. Women should be empowered, and scientific literacy also is very important, and not just about scientific education. Even about women who are, at home, like our mothers and grandmothers, even they should have scientific literacy. They should know how to use a smartphone, because nowadays, women should definitely understand the importance of financial transactions, or the importance of having a WhatsApp and interacting with their family members wherever they are. And also they should know how they can use science in the kitchen. For example, women should know how to use a smartphone, a microwave, or a dishwasher, or the latest or grinder or washer, whatever, and for that they should know and be aware of these scientific technologies. So that is very important. And one such example I would like to give here is especially to the girl students. Recently, one of the students in our university had an electric shock. She was trying to reach for something with a steel rod, and that steel rod went and touched the high tension electric wire just behind her. She was not even aware of the fact that this can happen. It is always prevention is better than cure, right? So if you're careful about how things are around you, just that, common sense about how things are around you and how they work and how you can be careful, how you can take these precautions, that is very much essential for today's girls. Girls, you really need to understand about the things happening around you. Otherwise, if that girl would have understood this, she wouldn't have been in the hospital today with 75% of burns. That is a tragic part. A mere smartphone or mere education will not help the girls. We also need to be aware. We need to be living in the conscious presence. Okay. And we need to understand what is happening around us. So that also should be a part of our scientific literacy. Then coming to the information literacy. Information literacy is a set of abilities required for the individuals to recognize when information is needed and have the ability to locate, evaluate, and use effectively the needed information. Now, how do we develop this information literacy? For example, when we talk about IT or computers, when we use our laptops or our smartphones for different types of data analysis, or when we use, MS Office tools, we have to be very careful in presenting the data. How we need to show this information, whatever we know about, and the presentation of it. Now, literacy is not just to read and write, but we need to understand that. For example, we have lots of information in WhatsApp. And many people say that WhatsApp is a university by itself, which creates illusions and which creates all the false messages. So coming out of that WhatsApp university, if we can talk about information, proper information and, proper data coming from known sources, that would be of great value. For example, your teachers would have told you about how to write a research paper, how to use the data in that, and how to collect the data from the reliable sources, and how to validate that data, right? So when you talk of these things, it means your teachers are trying to tell you what to believe and what not to believe in this world, right? We have different types of data over in the internet. Google definitely is our best friend, but Google also gives us different types of data. But what should we believe? And what should we really take? It should have a proper reference. It should have a proper source. And we need to take data only from the proper sources. And if the data comes without a proper source, without proper knowledge of where it is coming from, that is not proper data. Okay, we need to be very careful about that. Even when we quote someone, we need to give the writer's name or the author's name or the particular journal's name from which it is taken, whatever be the source. Okay, so I think information literacy have to be understood in the right way in this manner. Then coming to the critical literacy is an instructional approach stemming from the Marxist critical pedagogy or feminism or cultural, studies that advocates the adoption of critical perspectives towards a text. Critical literacy encourages readers to actively analyze text and offer strategies for what proponents describe as uncovering underlying messages. When we read something, for example, I'm sure your university also have book clubs, book reading clubs, book reviews are being done, or, when you talk of English literature, or when you look at some of the critical texts, okay, here we follow different literary theories in understanding the text. And what are those different theories? It's like, as I told you before, feminism, eco-criticism, Marxism, historical criticism, or psychological criticism. We have different types of critical perspectives in understanding a text. And in this, critical literacy plays a very important role in understanding the text. For example, when we talk of The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir, it is a feminist text, and it tells us about how, a woman is valued and what is her role in the society. And she talks about how, a woman is different from man. So in that way, we need to look at the text from the feministic point of view. And in the same way, if you take Vandana Shiva's text on soil, not oil, or deforestation and the Chipko movement and women's health and reproduction issues and all that, we need to look at Vandana Shiva from a critical perspective of eco-criticism, that is environmental studies and their, perspective in literature. So in that way, our critical literacy also needs to improve when we talk about, different texts or different ideas, okay? And our consciousness also has to improve. For example, feminist consciousness is something which should not be, read or talked about by women. There are many men who talk about this feminist consciousness, and there are many men who also practice it in the daily life, empowering women. We can't take stereotypes, but we also need to have that critical literacy in understanding not just books, but there are different perspectives. For example, in media studies or in critical studies, this critical literacy is very important. Then coming to digital literacy. Digital literacy is the knowledge, the skills and behavior used in a broad range of digital devices such as smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktop, PCs, all of which are seen as network rather than computing devices. Now, digital literacy is very important because women need to understand that the world is changing very fast and they also have to change. There are some women academic leaders and thought leaders who have used digital literacy in order to showcase their skills, their knowledge, and empower themselves. And if you see some of the social media platforms, we can find such wonderful women leaders. And digital literacy can be used by women, not just in, in understanding about the world, but also in sharing their knowledge. For example, there are a number of YouTube videos and short movies which are being made by girls and women in their, in their own perspective. And YouTube has a whole lot of such examples. And digital literacy is very, very important, not just for the present generation women, but also for our, mothers and grandmothers. They also should understand these, ideas. They can also watch the YouTube videos, and they can empower themselves. They'll be able to understand the present generation better if they can see the perspective of the present generation through these YouTube videos. And I see that some of the grannies are also making YouTube videos and starting their YouTube channels. For example, Ammamma Cheti Vanta, or, there are so many which I'm not able to recall at the present moment, but I've seen how grannies also have shared their own knowledge in the present world. Then, what is illiteracy? Till now, we have talked about different literacies. What is illiteracy? Illiteracy can refer not only to the inability to read, but also to the lack of knowledge in other subject areas. If you have never heard of Shakespeare, some people might consider you as culturally illiterate. In the same way, if you have not done something, in the present perspective, maybe you will be called as illiterate in that particular area. I've just given you, some idea about literacy. For this, you can definitely add many more different types of literacies in the present, way. For example, maybe you can talk about travel literacy, like if you are traveling, if you're going abroad, or if you're going to the other state for higher studies, to different states in India, you have to be very careful about what to take, what not to take, how you have to travel, what are the different modes of travel there, then how to survive over there. All these can come under travel literacy. Then food literacy or health literacy for women. I just heard another speaker, I just forgot her name, who spoke about women's health and health issues. So she was talking about, this health literacy, how women need to take care of their health, and what are some of the important ideas regarding that. So in that way, you can add your own, ways of understanding life by different types of literacy. Literacy is nothing but, the understanding, the lack of knowledge. So that is what today, in today's context, literacy means. So literacy is understanding and having some knowledge about that. And today, if you look at that, we are becoming masters and specialists in only one particular subject or one particular area of research or one particular area of study. But there are other areas also which we need to understand. So in that way, if we can take ourselves and empower ourselves in different areas, like jack of all trades, okay, maybe that will help us. Sometimes as women, we are very busy with our family, we are very busy with our workplace, office, work and all that. But we may not tend to go out or network with people and improve our communication skills and, improve our fashion consciousness and all that. Sometimes we don't give importance to all those things, thinking that life is all about work-life balance, just work and family and all that. But, if we can find little time for the other kinds of literacy also, definitely there would be a kind of a holistic view of life. And women definitely can improve themselves and make the world a better place for themselves and also for the people around them. So I thank KL University for giving me this opportunity, for sharing my ideas on literacy, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you all.
If you have any queries, you may ask in the chat box.
Since there are no queries, literacy is not the end of education or even the beginning. Ma'am has motivated us on our literacy skills along with our various categories of literacy so that we, the woman central administrator of her family, qualitatively administer her home. Thank you, ma'am, for enriching our knowledge.
Thank you.
Now, Vaishnavi will introduce next speaker, Vaishali Sagar.
Vaishali Sagar is a part of AWS public sector team and previously employed with PwC and Google. In her current role at AWS public sector, Vaishali handles the Startup Ramp program, which is an accelerator program designed to help startups build and scale innovative solutions on AWS. A program to engage, onboard, nurture, and grow public sector focused startups from early stages of their inception by collaborating with the government, academia, corporate and non-profits to foster innovation and managing partnerships with incubators, impact investors. She represented India as a global climate change ambassador at International Antarctica Expedition 2016 and a global shaper at World Economic Forum, and has represented the government of Telangana at World Economic Forum, Davos and Global Entrepreneurship Congress, Bahrain in 2019. Now I request Vaishali Sagar ma'am to give us some information about it.
Awesome. I hope you can all hear me. Give me a quick shout out on chat if that's okay.
What, ma'am?
Can you hear me? I hope my voice
Yes,
is loud and clear. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction, Kavya and Ramya, for inviting. Really appreciate the support. And I think the day where we're all taking it as a global reminder to see how we could celebrate women. But I think I'm definitely a strong believer that it's just not a particular day where we really celebrate women, but I think it's, for me, it's every day. So for me, this is like any other normal day, but I realize there are just too many engagements on panels and discussions and too many topics about um, how we could support women, how we could promote, how we could offer more support, not just from women but also from all the genders. So thank you so much again for bringing this important conversation about entrepreneurship. And I think I work at a Nexus. Again, for everyone who's on the call, I'm Vaishali. I take care of the startups charter for Amazon in India and South Asia, where I'm looking to see how I could support founders who are starting up anywhere from aerospace to agriculture and across all the stages. I'm based in Hyderabad, so I can clearly speak Telugu. So in case if you have any questions as well, feel free to put your questions in the chat. And I'd love to have more questions as you have. As we have this interaction, not just keep it a very monologue, because I don't think we're in COVID era where we're just doing virtual conversations. I'd love to see how we could probably make it more engaging as well. Any question that you feel that we can help you with, or that I can probably share my perspective or opinion on, please feel free to put it on the chat box, and I'll try and my level best to see how I could answer. And I think one reminder there is, there's nothing called a stupid question from what I remember. So I never stop myself from asking questions. And I hope none of you also, take that as a reminder, and just ensure you keep your questions or any comments or opinions on the chat. And I'd love to see how I could hear more on that. I'll just quickly, I think I have 25 minutes is what I was told, 25, 30 minutes. And I thought I'll probably quickly segment the talk or the conversation, hopefully with all of you engaging on chat. More from, I think, just a sneak peek of my journey, or where I come from, what I do, and why I do what I do today, followed by how we look at the topic of women entrepreneurship. What do you think women entrepreneurship is? What is the current state of women entrepreneurship right now? The status quo, the existing and the emerging state as well, or the upcoming future that we're all looking forward. What is that we can do about it, and how is that we can contribute in the overall segment, right? I think that's exactly where we're all looking to probably have a conversation on. And I think one quick heads up before I do that is also, for me, women entrepreneurship is not just, I personally feel women are enterprising, which is again, how we operate and initiate an organization as well. So for me, women are already inbuilt entrepreneurs. And it's only when you formally put some papers, put some organization, put some team, put some method to this madness, is when you will be called a woman entrepreneur. But I feel there's a woman entrepreneur in each one of us on how we would want to probably take charge of our life and see how we could contribute to the larger part of the overall journey that we're all trying to get on as well. Is there a way that I could also share my screen so that I could show some numbers and some slides? Let me see if I could quickly do that. Could someone give me the permission for sharing my screen? I think that'll be quite helpful.
Ma'am, you already had that access, ma'am.
I'm just doing that again. Just a second. Not sure. I think it's not coming up. That's okay. I think I'll still go ahead and see how I could share a few things that are openly, publicly available as reports as well, if you'd want to know more about what's happening. For me, I am based out of Hyderabad, as I said earlier, and my journey started, I usually call it a less than 5 kilometer journey for me, in terms of how I finished my education within 5 kilometers, right? Born and brought up in Hyderabad. I've been raised by a single mother, and I have an elder sister, where we finished my schooling within 1 kilometer of my the area wherever I'm staying, to within 3 kilometers I did my intermediate. I also went
Excuse me,
to
ma'am.
yeah, can you hear me?
Ma'am, just a minute again, we will try to give you the option, ma'am, to share
Sure.
the
Sure, yeah. I can still go ahead. So just let me know if you have given me an access. I can, just view that. Otherwise, we're good to go. Because I feel it's a few of us on the call, so I think we can definitely keep it like an interaction. And I'd love to see if a few of you could switch on your video as well, wherever you are. It'll be great to just see a few faces, so that I know I'm speaking to real people and not just the imaginary, folks. If in case you're here for a credit or an attendance, I'm sorry. I think I'll definitely ensure I'll not bore you. And we'll keep it interactive as well. So feel free to switch on your video if that makes sense. As I said, I did my schooling within 2 kilometers of my house, and 3 kilometers is where I did my intermediate. I also went to Narayana, just like I think most of us go, because we didn't know what to do after 10th grade. And I did my MPC, and I've realized engineering is definitely not the thing that I wanted to do. And I think that's where my mom works in an engineering college, which is simply why I think I felt I didn't want to be an engineer. That was one of the reasons, and I didn't just feel connected to any of these conversations with respect to profession, especially from an engineering perspective, right? So I went on to do my bachelor's in management studies, and I studied in this college called St. Francis in Begumpet. If you know Hyderabad, it's St. Francis College for Women, and I think that's where my journey started. Again, this is within 5 kilometers of the radius where I'm staying, right? So for me, that is literally where I finished my KG to UG, and that's how I'd like to look at it in terms of how small my world was when I was born to when I was finishing my graduation. I think slowly in intermediate and graduation, I'm just gonna quickly see if I could share my screen.
Ma'am, we have given the access, ma'am, to share your screen.
Not sure. That's okay. I think we'll try and see if we could go ahead in a similar way. I'm not sure. Maybe if I join through browser, it is not taking it in. I'll also see if I could join back. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to join back. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to change my system settings.
Ma'am, now you can check, ma'am. We have given your access.
Okay, I think you should be able to see my screen as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Let me see if I could. Okay, is this better? I'm continuing, assuming you can all see my screen. So sorry about the break in between. Thank you so much again for being patient while you're listening. So as I said, I think that's where I finished most of my graduation, and really realized there's definitely life outside. So we almost had like a half day college because of the graduation course that we were doing. We were very early and we kind of were done by lunch. So we had a lot of free time after college, and we had an open gate system, which is, I think, something that we really loved in our college, and how we got a chance to explore various parts of the clubs, various parts of the initiatives that were running. There were too many options that we had, but I think we had a couple of instances where we got a chance to visit shelter homes, and I stayed close to a shelter home which is near my place. So that's where I ended up most of the time for after school support for most of these kids in shelter homes. Shelter homes are places more like orphanages or childcare institutions where people who are either semi-orphaned or orphaned are being taken care by a private or a public organization. So I ended up going to a shelter home. We ended up spending some time along, and I realized I really like, not really the teaching part, but I think I really like enjoying the overall, I really enjoyed the conversation of being a part of someone's life and contributing and believing in something that they do, right? And we were volunteers when we were doing that. So this is an organization called Make a Difference. And this is one of the organizations that I think that did really change the way in which I look at life. I had a chance to be a volunteer for the first 1 year, and then ended up being on the organizing or the core team for a couple of years. I've spent at least a decade, right from my intermediate. I've been involved with Make a Difference, and we were trying to work across with different shelter homes. This is one of the snapshots I think that we had from one of our annual camps, along with these kids who are trying to understand more about careers and understand different parts in their careers, right? So this is, I think, one of the favorite pictures where we're trying to do Careeropoly, which is like a Monopoly, but in a career format, right? I think, how do you become an engineer? How do you become a journalist? How do you become a producer? How do you become a photographer? How do you just, navigate your journey? And that's exactly where we're trying to support these kids. One thing that I've realized is, while in this journey of giving volunteering time, resources, money in whatever ways, I've realized we're just not giving something, but we're also taking a lot of, we had a lot of warmth from coming in from the kids. We had a lot of belief systems that were really kind of shattered, what we were told, what we were conditioned to, and we realized we're not just giving but also taking as part of the overall experience. Right after my graduation, I got a chance to see how I could be a part of the overall placements piece that was going on. But I had this one team member who was the founder for Make a Difference, who managed to she's seen me for almost 5-6 years, and she said, hey, why don't you join Google, because that's where she was working back then. And I said, I think that's definitely, I think Google was definitely one of the companies that we all really wanted to work or dream places to work for. I remember applying through her reference and getting in through, and spending 2 beautiful years of my life where I really learned more about culture, where I really learned more about organization at scale. How do you do things that will really change the way in which people build products, people build various forms of tools and technologies, right? So I was not a technology person, but I think joining a technology firm was really something that I cherished during my journey at Google. And that's where I got a chance to spend a lot of time, not just with Google full time, but also, continued my journey with volunteering organizations and nonprofits. That was one of the journeys that did really, help me to understand and build the entire 80-20 principle as I usually use for most of my life. Is 80% is where I usually spend most of the time in the week for profession or things that I really need to take care of. 20% I usually ensure I give back, and give back, or spend some time where I'm just really appreciating, it could be art, music, volunteering, understanding how are different things made, understanding history, etc., and traveling as well. So 80-20 has been my common principle, and I try to live up to the 80-20 principle overall throughout the day, which is how I divide my week as well. Most of the days during my week is where I spend for my typical profession, and 20% Saturday, Sundays is where I really see how I could support the larger part of the community piece and build capacity as well. This is one of the workshops where we were trying to work across with government high schools in Telangana, and the idea is to see how do we talk and build this conversation around menstrual hygiene. So we kind of started off this initiative called Taboo Talks Along. Taboo Talks is nothing but something that is a very, very hush-hush topic in our community and society, and overall, overall for a lot of us in the house, and not just outside, something that we want to talk about it from a logic perspective to understand and ensure we bring this awareness from a menstrual health perspective to these kids as well. This is one of the workshops that we've done across. We've done many of these workshops across government schools and low-income private schools. This was one of my favorite journeys in Google when I was trying to work across with accessibility vertical. And this is one of the initiatives where we've realized how how inaccessible our cafeteria was back then. We kind of just blindfolded ourselves and trying to follow. If you are a visually impaired or specially abled person, how would you look at the world, and how do you visually represent yourself is something that we were looking at through this activity. So there were causes that I was trying to work across from a nexus of education, women, menstrual health, overall conversation about sustainability, climate change. This is one among those initiatives that we were trying to work across with. And that's when I think this one amazing journey kind of came in place. Called Jagriti Yatra. I started off getting onto the train when I was in Google. This is a train journey that starts off in Bombay and ends in Bombay. If you could see the map here, it starts off on 24th December and ends on 8th January. It goes through Hubli, Bangalore, Madurai, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, Berhampur, Orissa, Rajgir, Devariya, Delhi, Telonia, and Ahmedabad. This is literally what you see is called the Middle India, where you're trying to go back and explore and learn more about social entrepreneurship. What really happens on the train is basically you put in, along with 500 other yatris, we call ourselves yatris, who would want to learn more and apply for the program and be on this. This is a special train built for Jagriti Yatra, where you learn and meet people who are from a different mindset, different stage of their life, different sector of their life, and how they're trying to do the things as well. Because I remember meeting someone who's from Kudumbashree group, like how we have our self-help groups in AP and Telangana called Dwakra groups. We have something called Kudumbashree that kind of works across in Kerala and Karnataka. I've met someone who's in a tier 2, tier 3 district across Rajasthan. I've got someone who's working on his third technology startup while on the train. I'm just talking about the varied people or the various diverse set of individuals that you end up meeting while you're on the train, right? And this was happening for 15 days and 12 destinations. And we're traveling across 8,000 kilometers, where you sleep on the train, eat on the train, and be on the train for the rest of the 15 days. And I think that was one of the best days of our overall journey, where we got a chance to interact with so many people who share similar ideas. What really happened for me after Jagriti Yatra was I got a chance to come back, and I came back to my regular job, because that was just during those 15 days. I came back, kind of interacted with a few folks, and found too much comfort in Google, because Google was really the best workplaces that I worked across with, and realized it's my time to see how I could explore the world after getting a lot of inspiration from this respective bunch that I met on Jagriti Yatra, right? We came back, and luckily I met someone who's the mentor for us on the train and off the train as well. And I just happened to meet him for a coffee and ended up sharing that this is what I'm currently, feeling, and I'd want to see how I could explore more verticals and areas of overall journey, and also some entrepreneurship in case if there's something that we could probably do in supporting, not really starting up something, but in supporting the overall entrepreneurship ecosystem. 2016 is when I started off my journey with PricewaterhouseCoopers, because the manager, the partner that I was talking about, leads the entire startups and the innovation sector for India. He was the one who was our mentor back on the train. So I met my manager on the train as well, and I kind of came back and realized this is something we really would want to see how we could start off from PricewaterhouseCoopers. PricewaterhouseCoopers is one of the consulting firms where they support, again, sector agnostic and stage agnostic companies, and it's one of those big four consulting firms. A fun fact, but I also met my life partner on the train. I remember, we were just meeting on 2014 journey, and we kind of came back, became good friends, and then got married in 2020. So for me, this journey was very special because it changed the way in which I was looking at life, not just from a professional point of view, but a personal point of view as well. And then happened 2019 is when I took the journey. 2016 is when I took the journey to Antarctica as a part of the International Antarctica Expedition. I tried to keep it very specific, as said, train or ship diary, so that you guys can understand this is a journey in itself for me, for a person who's, as I said, finished all her graduation within 5 kilometers. We're talking about representing India as a global climate change ambassador in Antarctica, right? I think that was definitely one of the things that I really cherish. So we learned more about climate change and came back and see how we could do multiple things that could change not just ourselves, but also the overall space and the society that we're all in. So I came back and ran some initiatives, ran some programs that could really bring more awareness and conversation with respect to climate change. Quick snapshot of penguins that we got a chance to notice during the entire continent journey. And this was, I think, a moment of pride where we were just, displaying the countries that we were coming from and talking about where we're. That was on our last day, and so we felt a little away from the overall conversation. But I think, however global citizens you are, you really would want to see how you could contribute to your country and come back. And I was just waiting to see how I could come back and contribute back here in the city where I was. For me, this is exactly where the question kind of came through, right? If not us, then who? If not now, then when? With respect to various things that were happening across education, climate change, entrepreneurship, startups, there's so much that's happening. So how do you want to structure your life so that you go ahead with each of these things? Was sort of a dilemma that I was going through. That's when I think a lot of things that really, this is one of the offices. So we were based out of T-Hub while I was trying to work across with PwC India, PricewaterhouseCoopers India, because we were a part of the innovation team, and we realized you cannot work with, you cannot say you would want to support innovation and not be inside innovation hub, right? So as based on this was my office when we were trying to work across from PricewaterhouseCoopers India. For me, I'm just gonna quickly pause and see if I could bring in a few more. Any questions so far? I'm just curious to understand what you all understand about women entrepreneurship and what do you think, or overall entrepreneurship. And I just don't want to put a gender lens to it, but if you think there's anything that we can, help you with or help you with understanding as well, we're happy to see how we could take that. Feel free to unmute or put your questions in the chat box. I'd really, really love a lot of interaction than just a monologue, because I feel I'm just speaking to the screen most of the times when we're doing these sessions. I'm going to quickly bring in some more slides. Just give me a second. Any questions? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Any questions? Sorry, I just want to take a quick...
Seems there are no queries, ma'am.
Okay, sure. Thank you. This is one of the... Sorry, go ahead.
Women are the largest untapped reservoir of talent in the world, and the modern world is still exploring the same. Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring us through your valuable inputs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is one of the programs or the reports that I thought you could probably, read up if you really would want to know what's really happening with respect to women and entrepreneurship together. What are the numbers today? What's holding you back? What can we do better? I think this is one of the ways in which that we were looking at. Okay, again, a quick snapshot of numbers that we could probably look at, we're talking about 9% women-funded startups who share venture capitalist money, not the overall money, but the venture capitalist money. Less than 1% of active angel investors in India are women. 15% Indian unicorns have women co-founders. 2 unicorns led by women CEOs. 1% women funding. Let me see. I think while I'm presenting, it's not fully showing up. Yeah, 1% funding received by women-led startups. 60% women face some form of bias in last 1 year. Doesn't matter which part of the world that you're in, doesn't matter which part of and I think that's been my experience so far, because we've sat at most powerful tables across the country and work across with very high influential women networks as well. But we've realized it's important for us to acknowledge the bias that we all go through and not just treat it as if it's supposed to be like a granted thing. And I think that's exactly where a lot of these things come in through. And fundraising as a female founder, what are the challenges and how they feel about it? I don't think I'll have to talk about it, because we don't really, we have a lot of imposter syndrome that kind of comes through. Am I good enough? Is this what I'm supposed to do? Is there something else that I'm missing? If you are a parent or if you're a mother, I'm sure there's a lot of guilt trip that kind of comes through where, oh, I'm not able to spend more time with my kids, or I don't think I have enough time for my friends or network or overall organization, etc. Right? I think there's so many things that we all go through on a daily basis. We all have the same 24 hours, but I've realized as we kind of progress through in our lives, we are building mechanisms and systems in which we're only ensuring I'm only buying more time as I have more people to help us during the day. I've got 3-4 people who help me during the day for me to ensure the team that I work across with, the help that I have at house, the partner that I have at house. So many things need to be in tandem for me to just function as a normal human being. And I think it's time that we address what's really, how do we perform at our full potential, and ensure we kind of perform various functions as a human being, as an individual. I think that's something that I really would want to call out as well while you're going all of this. And I just want to quickly bring your attention to the overall biases and the challenges that are faced by women in tech. And I don't want to have this conversation as, hey, here's a problem, but I think there's also conversation about here's a solution and what we could all do about it. And I'm sure you could just treat it like any other lecture or a lesson, but I think all of this that you're talking about in terms of biases and challenges could be faced by someone in the house as well. Because if I remember a lot of times, if in case women or girls go back and ask for pocket money, you're definitely treated differently the minute you're getting into a different stage of your life. In terms of raising capital, scaling operations, hiring, product and tech, reporting into someone who's a woman. I'm sure a lot of men or the other genders go through quite a lot of this stuff. Their focus networks, in terms of how we all speak about sisterhood as well. I've got a bunch of friends who I go back to in terms of profession and personal life as well. I go back and I created my own safe spaces, and I think I would advise each one of you to probably look at creating those safe spaces for yourself as well when you're looking at building your own network of cheerleaders, right? The best friends or network that you would have is when people will speak about you when you're not in the room. And I've realized the best is only when you build that consciously with your network, right? And the power of women supporting women, I don't think I'll have to talk about it so much, because it's definitely something where we could learn more and grow more as we kind of build more things as well. Again, this is a openly available public report. I'm going to probably share this to the organizers so that they could share it back as well. Here are a few founders. I'm not sure if you recognize a few faces, and I can definitely say we don't have a lot of, while Divya Gokulnath is half Telugu, I can definitely say we don't have a lot of representation of female entrepreneurship in entrepreneurship, right? Like in tech businesses or businesses that are scaling. I'm not talking about the corporates or the organizations overall. Very few women leaders that kind of come through your your eye or your perspective. There's, of course, the likes of Pharma and Bharat Biotech, Apollo, and a lot of these organizations that are institutional or family businesses, but we don't really have tech entrepreneurship, as you know, in the two Telugu states as much as it should be. And I think that's something that I wanted to bring in to everyone's notice as well. And I think this is something that, what's holding women back, and in terms of not just as entrepreneurs, but I think as individuals, as how we're all looking at the overall journey of life. If you're a student, if you're a lecturer, if you're working in an organization, it could be anything, right? Keep a tab of number of times you've told about your own work to someone, and which is basically what is happening here, right? In terms of underselling oneself, there are so many times women get chances and to be at the table where there is a seat where you could talk about other women and where you could just represent as well. But I've done that myself so many times. There are a lot of times I said, "Oh, I don't like this, so please go ahead." But I've read this beautiful book by Anthony, where it talks about showing your work is so much important, and that could just build your brand, while that's one of the things that's going to happen parallelly. But I think overall, you also inspire others whose story is a lot more relatable, whose story is a lot more, inspiring for someone to look at, right? So I think it's also important to see how do you want to show your work. And the easiest ways to show your work is you don't have to have an agency, or the best things that are in our current generation are our social media platforms. How do you go back, use your social media tool and build your personal branding, right? Go back and post about LinkedIn, go back and post about what you're doing, where do you want to go if you find something inspiring. Trust me, the Instagram scrolling doesn't really work if you'd want to keep wasting your time. Instead, try and see if you would want to do some more inspiring stuff by watching someone who's a lot more relatable, someone who could be a role model, someone who could be a mentor. And I would always advise find someone who's close to you in your own society or community, right? While it's great to hear Michelle Obama, it's great to hear Indra Nooyi from the other side of the world, I don't think they have similar challenges as what we have. I have different challenges as women, as a women, and as an individual in India. So I think that's something that you got to really understand who's done it really well, who's been there, and not finding faults in the overall personality as well. Look for what's their strength and see how do you build it. So look for a role model or a mentor who could probably work with you and see how they could share their journey. You don't always have to have it as an experience. You can always take it as someone's experience that becomes a good advice as well. And the overall conversation about guilt in terms of, am I enough? Am I doing enough? I think needs to kind of cut off, because women in general go through a lot of this imposter syndrome when compared to the other genders. There are a lot of key networks that kind of are available for free as well, not just the IIT IIMs, which I haven't been to, but the regular, institutions outside work. There's something called Leap Club, if in case you'd want to learn more about professional women and networking. I'm part of it, where I learn so much every month by attending their masterclasses, attending so many of their networking meetings that happen offline as well, where you get a chance to meet the folks outside in your respective city. Lack of women in general in senior leadership positions, and overall unconscious bias faced by the women in tech. I know there's a lot of conversation about stereotypes. There's a lot of conversation about funding. There's a lot of conversation about work-life balance. Nothing is going to change. How much ever we talk about it, it's not going to change for you. It's not going to change for someone like Indra Nooyi on the other end, or someone who's probably sitting in Australia as a prime minister. There is definitely that struggle that kind of comes through, but you need to identify where you are and how do you use your strengths as your soft power to do where you'd want to, to do where you want to go, right? I think that's something that I want you to probably keep in mind as well. I'm going to quickly navigate through and see if I could show some slides. I think this is one of those, I remember putting something together for my small team yesterday, and I told them I don't want to address anyone as millennials, Gen Z, old generation. None of this matters. Right now, everyone is a screenager, and I think that's how we should look at us ourselves. And what's really important while while you're battling this and ensuring you're hustling in your daily life is build your emotional intelligence, self-competence, and the social competence. Never underestimate walking up to someone and giving them a handshake, giving them an introduction about yourself. Practice as much as you can when you'd want to give your introduction. Talk about what you do and what you'd want to do and where do you want to go and what do you like about that person. It could be any conversation starter, right? But ensure you build that social competence and not really fill in this anxiety. I know so many of my team members go through a lot of this anxiety when they meet new people, but I think it's time that you break that and ensure you kind of, put yourself out there. And that means you have to practice when you're, in your own self or doing it by yourself, right? How do you find a strong mentor or a support network? That's something that I really would want to talk about in terms of how do you want to, build someone who's a lot more relatable, pick up someone who's a lot more relatable, who's able to do something based on where do you want to go and where do you want to see yourself in your life. I understand there's also faculty in your overall participants list. I'm sure there are a lot of people who are doing academia to organizations, academia to software, academia to various other places as well, or entrepreneurship, or learning more about research and development. I'm sure there are inspiring women in your own respective network and sector, and I think it's time that we pick up these folks and understand, follow what they're reading, follow, understand, follow as in, I meant socially, go back and understand what they read, what they talk about, what they're really building. How do you build such a similar career? Because there's no bad thing in terms of following someone's advice when it comes to these respective instructions as well. And stop comparing, right? It doesn't matter which part of the world that you're in. I know we always get compared between another person to another person. I think the progress that you have to see is not with others in your benchmark, but with yourself, how you are in 2000, how you were in 2005, how you are in 2010, 2020, 2025 is what you have to compare yourself with. And I think that's one gift. I personally feel I've kind of done that for myself. I remember my parents also never compared me with, even though I have an elder sister, I was never compared with any one of them in the family, because I know that I have different set of things that I'd want to do. I have different set of ideologies that I believe in, and various mechanisms in terms of where I'd want to go. So try and see, how do you not compare yourself with anyone, and try and not compare as well when you're mentioning that, hey, this person is like this person is like this. I don't think that kind of just works out for anyone. And as I said, ensure you speak. And I think when we consciously or unconsciously speak about women in general, the two things that happen, right? One is how you talk a lot about prevention. What could go wrong? Oh, she's doing this, maybe she'll go wrong on this one, etc. Or what could be promotional, what we could do more of, which is basically promoting them, talking about them, what they do, if they're running a small business, if they're trying to do something, giving them a huge shout out, if they're performing somewhere, going and just being their cheerleader, if they're doing a presentation, giving them all the best just before the session, if they're doing something where they'll probably need your extra hand of support. Showing up means a lot for women. So try and see how do you want to show up, and ensure you kind of just build that support network as well. No is a complete sentence. When someone says no, just ensure you kind of don't get and go back and follow up in case of something is not really working out for you. Whenever you're attending sessions or whenever you're attending any of these lectures, I would always suggest, I know I was not a big fan of homework when I was back in school or back in college, but I've realized the best thing that you could do is doing your own homework and questioning, and not just coming with, while there is nothing called a stupid question, it's important that you prepare for the presentation or the session or the respective interview, just like how you prepare every day, right? It's important that you do your homework and question. I think that's something that I wanted to share as well. And as I thought I'll just probably leave you this, which I think one of my mentor has written a couple of days back in my book. Have courage, you will need it, and good luck, you will need that too. And I think that's That's where I keep saying again and again, not just for work, be hungry for life. And that'll be really important for a lot of us to see how you could explore your life. And we'll be happy to see there's nothing, there's no harm in writing a email, a cold email or a cold message to someone on any of these platforms. I consider this generation to be the most luckiest one, because you can literally access what everyone is doing, what everyone is, whoever's willing to show their life, whoever's willing to share their journey and their experiences. You could reach out to them just by one click. And we didn't really have, I know so many of the generations who compare and say, hey, we didn't really have any of this access. Leverage this access and the environment that you have, the encouraging faculty that you have who are trying to put this together for you. And I'd love to see if there's any way that we could support you in your journey. And thank you so much for the opportunity again. I hope I made some sense. I don't know if this was what was intended, but I thought I'll share something, not just from a personal point of view, but also what's really happening in the ecosystem and in the environment, and what you could do as an individual to see how you could support and shelter and champion more women around you.
Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring us through your valuable inputs.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait for a moment. Next speaker is joining. Now Vaishnavi will address the next speaker, Hepzibah ma'am.
IBM Consulting, Recruitment and Process Delivery Specialist, Learning and Development. Client, Google Operations Center, EY. Responsibilities, sourcing from different job boards, Naukri, LinkedIn, and internal ATS. Screening of the applications as per the JD provided. Managed complex workflows like GBoss, IRT, GCare, different PODs, and HRBP. Tech Mahindra, Business Coordinator, Leadership Hiring. Handling end-to-end recruitment of lateral and support hiring. Sourcing, screening, and scheduling candidates interview with hiring managers. Coordinating with candidates and managers before, during, and after the interview process. Make sure the interview process moves on smoothly. Sutherland, HR Associate. Responsibilities. Candidate management, floor management. Introduction to Sutherland about the company and its standards and explain the interview process. Coordinate with GLA team for short or voice assessments. Process the selected candidates for operations interview. Screening and conducting interviews and selecting the candidates based on different parameters. Posting jobs, sending emailers and mass SMS to the candidates according to the requirements through different job portals. Take care of joining formalities. Launch.io Consulting, Talent Acquisition Specialist. Responsibilities. Sourcing candidates from job portals and also from social networking sites like LinkedIn, Facebook. Posting jobs in job portals. Managing end-to-end recruitment from scheduling of the candidates until the joining of the candidate with the client. Maintain a good and professional relationship with a candidate, getting references from them. Involved in candidates' onboarding process, such as documentation, pre-joining formalities, and finally onboarding the candidate. Now I request ma'am to speak some words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and my heartily greetings to all the professors, lecturers, and higher officials and the students. Okay, and let me give you a brief introduction about myself, and I hope you already get to hear from Vaishnavi about my responsibilities and my job. But besides that, I'm actually from MBA background, MBA program, which I've done in TJPS College, and I come up with more than 5 years of experience into recruitment and process delivery activities. I'm now employed with IBM from the past 1.5 years. Okay, and I just wanted to take this moment and congratulate all the women out there, that you are being awesome and you are, beautiful and extraordinary, and happy Women's Day. Okay, I just wanted to present my screen and talk about the things that are really important in our daily life, and especially about the self-defense. Okay, but before that, I would like to let you know that women are there in everywhere. Women are present in, women plays a very important role in this society right now, right? So from being a mother to working employee, right? And woman plays many roles in life, from in a daily routine, like cooking, cleaning households, and keeping children safe, managing the household stuff, laundry, everything. And women are everywhere in this, in every industry, every domain. Now that the gender diversity is evolving right now, we've got opportunities, a lot of opportunities to work in every domain, every field, from flying to flying the planes to they're everywhere, like in they're pilots, loco pilots, fashionists, strategists, doctors, nurses, everywhere. But what is the one thing that is lacking in women is safety and protection. When you go outside, alone, when I say alone, so you don't have anybody around you, or you are on important work and you have to go, and do you really feel safety? We do not feel safety, right? Do you feel protected? You don't feel protected. So in that case, what do we need to do? And this is the agenda that we're going to talk about: introduction to self-defense, definition, tips and techniques that you must know, and things that you need to know. Okay, so what is self-defense? Self-defense is something that, when somebody is trying to attack us, we try to defend them, right? We try to protect ourselves from being attacked, right? So it's a reasonable force, the force that we apply physically in order to save ourselves from being attacked by abuser or an attacker, right? That is called self defense. So everybody has that property within us. We need to defend ourselves when something bad is going to happen to us, right? We are living in a society where there is the world itself is cruel, right? So we need to protect ourselves. Not only self-defense is required not only for women, but this is also required for men, everybody, not just especially for women, but this should be self-defense should be learned by all the groups, ages, everybody, right? Do you agree with me? So there are some techniques and strategies that you should follow in order to save yourselves, in order to protect yourselves from being in the danger, right? So what to do if you're followed? Do you know that there are certain cases happened recently? We all know what Nirbhaya's case and other cases in Hyderabad as well, right? So we need to be very, very careful when we go outside. Okay, so for example, if you're going for a shopping, right? If you are being followed, if you feel that, if you sense that somebody is following you, okay, for something, or to harm you or endanger you or put you in danger or attack you, what do you need to do is to try and see if there is any shop nearby. You need to go to a shop nearby so that the attacker might not get closer to you, right? And also the next thing is that you can cross the road. For example, if you're going on walking by foot, okay, make sure that you cross the road. If you feel that somebody is following you behind you, all right, cross the road to confirm if the attack is really going to happen, or if somebody is following you really, to confirm, right? And if you feel that the person is following you, you should immediately call the police, or you have this application. Everybody must be having the application in your mobiles that you can speed dial the number, right? You always have this with you, that you press 1 2, immediately it will go to the number that is saved in the speed dial, right? Make sure that you always, whenever you go out, always save the number in the speed dials list. Okay, this is one important thing that you need to have in your mobile phone. Okay, and if you feel that the person is following you or somebody is following you, if there are no other houses there and you're walking in a desert kind of land, or if you're walking where there is nobody, and try to find out some house and knock on the door so that the attacker might not reach you closely. Okay, and what to do when someone tries to rob you. So if you feel that somebody is trying to rob you, if you're wearing so many jewelry on you, or a branded items, like watch, your handbags, if somebody wants to grab them or rob them, what are you going to do? What do you want to do, and what you are supposed to do? So if the attacker is very much near to you and asking, pointing a knife at you and asking, hey, give me that purse or give me the jewelry, that is, the gold jewelry if you're wearing, Okay, so give it to them. Don't ever try to, defend or ask, why should I give you and all. You might get hurt. He might, poke you or cut your throat and go away, pull all the things on you and go away, right? So when somebody is trying to, rob you and you are under his hands, the robber hands, make sure that you give all the things with you, because we might get all those things back, but when you lose your life, you won't be able to get it back, right? So please play safely, give it to them, okay? And you need to be very, very careful while the robber is around you or somebody's trying to attack you and pull things from you, right? So you need to notice the attacker, understand his features, check his nose, how is it, his hair color, eye color, and everything you need to check. And what is his speaking, the language that he is speaking, everything you need to check. If he's got mustache, the beard, what is his hairstyle, what is the shape of his face, is it round or narrow or broadened, or his nose, his size, everything you need to notice, observe, okay? And if somebody is pointing something, a weapon at you and asking them to follow, please never do that, because it's even more dangerous, right? And make sure that you shout. You have to shout when somebody is around you. You need to shout for help. You need to raise your voice and shout. And after the robbery is done, for example, if the robber has got all things from you and you're left idle, make sure that you get immediate help from surroundings. You go to the nearby shop and ask somebody for help to get the mobile, or dial in 100. You can call up your parents and everybody. You can get help from them, immediate help from them, so that the robber might not reach his destination so far. You have to react immediately so as to help the police or other people to catch the person immediately. All right. And when you go out on a parties or functions or outside with your friends, on a trips, you all came to the age of being self, right? Obviously. And when you go out for a party or to a friend's birthday party, or some birthday celebration, some other party or a functions without your parents, or if you're going alone, make sure that you let your parents know before you go. You always give them the address details, where you're going, when are you going, and all, okay? And the contact information of the person, you have to provide all this information to your parents, which is very, very important, okay? And don't accept lift from strangers. For example, if you're going, this happened many times, even in my case, when I'm going alone, a stranger stops by and, hey, do you want a lift? I'm going that way. Where are you going? And all, they want to, put us in some conversation, and they want to, change and engage, ourselves, and then, try to understand where we are going, and so that the stranger can also follow and attack us, right? So don't ever accept lift from strangers, and never ever tell anybody, any stranger, that where you're going and what you're going to do, for what reason you're going, right? You should not be telling anything to anybody. All right. So when you go to your parties or functions, you would definitely have to drink some water or food, right? Make sure that whatever the food that you are going to have, you have it with you always. Don't roam around or keep it with you. For example, if you're drinking some, cool drinks or some sort of beverage, make sure that you drink it, you hold it with you, okay? There is a chance of the attacker or the attacker to put some sort of what do you call, the ethanol or something that makes you faint, right? So make sure that you have your food with you, or don't prolong, have it, and then move off, okay? And then when you're going along with your friends to your parties or functions, make sure that you don't get separated from your friends. Always keep yourselves, in a place, always stay close to each other, okay? Which helps you a lot. Even there is this case, in this case happened in Goa. My friends, they were going on a vacation to Goa. So what happened was, they were having some, night party and all. So they stayed away from each other, and one person was missing, and it was very difficult for them to find, go to police station and all. This is going to be a big, huge, this is going to be a very havoc, right? So in order to get rid of all these things, right, you need to be very, very careful when you go out with friends. Make sure that you stick along until the activity is over. Okay, and if you are going somewhere alone and you wanted to go and come, you are going alone and coming alone, right? Make sure that you pre-book a taxi or a ride back home. Okay, and these days the technology is so improved that we can operate anything on our tips. We have this Rapido application where we can go anywhere on bike. We can book a cab instead of booking autos and olas, which is fastest way of traveling to our places, right? So obviously everybody wants to go to their destination so quickly. They don't want to waste their time, right, in this fast going world. So always book a cab or an auto, and make sure that you check all the details. So for example, if you are booking an auto, you will always have the information provided in the application. You have to cross check whether this is the person given in the application that is going to ride me back home. Check his auto number, the name plate, and his face. You will also be having the driver's face on the application. Okay, check everything, and once you board the cab, or once you get onto the auto, make sure that you inform your parents or your friends that this is the cab number, this is the auto number, and this is the person. You share your family members, especially the details of the ride. It will be very much useful. Okay. And how to stop an attacker with words. For example, if you're all caught up, if you're caught up and the abuser, the attacker attacked you, what would you do in that situation? There are some things, that we can do in order to avoid the attack. All right. So you can ask some random questions like, hey, why do you want to hurt me? Or why do you want to attack me? What is the reason behind it? Is somebody there, or is somebody trying to, attack me, or is somebody trying to seek your help to attack me? You ask them, you engage their brain, to respond to your questions. At least it will help you to, confuse him sometimes. Okay, this might help in some cases, right? And if the attacker is attacking you or is trying to kick you or punch you, make sure that you cover your head. Sometimes what happens is, if you get kicks on your head, there is 90% chance that you get fainted, after which you don't know what is going to happen, and God only knows. Right? You need to be very, very careful, and you need to observe the attacker. All right. And these are some of the techniques and strategies that you can follow. Okay. And we'll go to the next page. Tips. Okay, tips. Excuse me. So tips that you can follow from being attacked by the attacker. So avoid walking alone in the night always. It's actually advisable for the people, especially women, not to go outside in the night times. Okay. So otherwise, if you want to go outside, make sure that you take your family members with you if there is anything important. Okay. And if, for example, if you're going on your personal vehicle, if you're traveling to a place where you have to, which is important, you have to attend or you have to go. If it's a mandatory, if you're going alone, avoid, parking lots where there is dark, or where there is no, human, or where there is no crowd or no people. Avoid, parking your two-wheeler or four-wheeler, anything. Okay. And always please have your vehicle keys, be it two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, and phone in your hand. So otherwise you guys can have sling bags. You always have the sling bags, right? So where you can put your phone and your keys. Please wear the sling bag around your shoulder so that it will be really comfortable for you to have your things with you. Okay. So if you are driving on a car, or if you feel that a person is following you, or if you suspect that somebody is, observing you or trying to attack you, make sure that you lock your car immediately. Okay. Immediately after you, as soon as you get into the car, there is a chance that they can pull you out of the car if it's not locked. Okay. So if you are driving in a two-wheelers, make sure that you drive as fast as you can, and then go to a crowd and go to the places where there is a there are people around you. Okay. And stay away from the people that make you feel comfortable. So for example, once I was traveling in a train, and I was traveling alone in a train, and I was sitting with few other passengers, and I was so comfortable where a stranger was sitting right in front of me, and he was touching me with his legs. Okay, that made me feel uncomfortable, and I didn't want to know. I didn't want other people to know what he's doing, and I'm feeling comfortable. So what I did was, I simply got up. I took all my belongings and went to a different place. That really helped me. Okay. So if you feel anybody, even sometimes they do the sign language of, the blinking of an eye in different ways, strangely, or looking at you strangely, or making some sort of noises, whistling sometimes. If you feel uncomfortable with all those things, you can simply walk away from that place. All right. You always have a choice. So, and tips, this is very useful tip that actually helps. So you need to practice running every day. Okay. So practice running or running is not only for boys or male, but it is also for women. You need to practice running every day. It helps you a lot. Okay, also you can train your body parts. For example, if the attacker is attacking you and you're in a situation where you're all, he grabbed you and he was pulling you, or trying to attack you, you can always, train your body parts, like, punching and poking, into the attacker's eyes with your fingers. Okay, so that he might lose vision for some time, so that you will have an option to escape, right? Always train your body parts, your legs, so there's this one thing happened when I was pursuing my graduation. I was on the way to my college, and every day one guy, different, he's outside person, not a college one. He used to follow me every day, and I used to feel very comfortable. And one day what happened was, I informed my uncle. Okay, he's into police department, and he told me few techniques on how you can escape from the person, that you are being followed. And he told me, just in case if he approaches you, you need to keep your finger like this, and you have to forcefully kick on his face. Okay, you got my point. Okay, you need to kick on his face or nose, punch on his nose, so that, if you forcefully punch on his nose, what happens is he will lose, there are cases, there will be chances that he might get fainted because of the force punch that you give. Okay, I understand that women are physically weak, but they are mentally strong. If you're determined to have that mental stability, mental power, you can do that forcefully. If you give punch on his face, boom, he's gone, he's onto the floor. Okay, so train your elbows, your knees, and hands and legs. Okay, these are some of the tips that might help you protecting yourself from the attacker or an abuser. Okay, and there are certain things that you need to know. And when you're going outside, be mindful of your surroundings, be aware of your surroundings. Make sure that if you're, for example, if you're going to a mall or Inorbit Mall, I'm sorry, I'm in Hyderabad, so I used to be going to Inorbit Mall. So anywhere you go, be mindful of your surroundings. Observe the people around you. How are they? What are they? And all. So make sure that you observe them. All right. You be aware of your surroundings, what they look like, what is the environment looks like, and all. Okay. And when you're carrying, these days, even my own friends, if they're going out for a vacations or any place, they always used to say that I'm carrying this pepper spray. If somebody tries to attack me, I'll do this pepper spray, all that stuff, pen knives and all. But then, when somebody tries to attack you, sometimes your mind goes blank. You get, panicked. You don't even know what to do. You don't get any ideas. You can't think. So make sure that when you are going out alone, you learn how to use that weapon. For example, if you're trying to take pepper spray, and please do not ever say that you are carrying these things with you. Only you should know that you're carrying these things, and you should know when to use, how to use all that. Okay. And don't panic. Yeah, observe the movements and don't panic, and be confident and bold. Okay. And also one more suggestion for the women, especially, you can always enroll yourselves in the academy, the martial arts academy. At least try to get some tips how to defend yourself, self-defense, the basic things that you can defend yourself when you're alone, when you had to go alone, right? So you can always enroll yourself. There are many academies available. You can always enroll. Okay. And what is self-confidence? Let's come to self-confidence. So everybody has our own way of, defining what self-confidence is. Everybody has self-confidence. Nobody, it's not that you don't have self-confidence or I don't have self-confidence. Everybody has self-confidence. So confidence is something that, whenever a situation comes up, it's like trusting yourselves in whatever situation you are in. It's trusting yourself, believing in yourself, the ability to trust your own self. For example, I can give an example of my own. I was actually an introvert when I was, pursuing my graduation, post-graduation. I never used to talk to anybody. I used to maintain a very low profile. I used to be very, very reserved. I don't open up much and I don't want to get into a limelight. But then I know everything, I learn everything. And, I was raised in a family where my parents also, my father is also in the police department. He always used to say that, the world is not like what you think of, or the people around you is not who you think of, right? We honestly, we do not get any negative feeling about anybody, right? In the first meet or greet, in the first meeting itself. Or if you look, you cannot presume, or you cannot assume, you cannot say, right, if he is good or a bad, right? But being prepared is the greatest weapon that we can have always. Okay, you need to trust yourself. And I'm about to help you with an example. I have completed my graduation, in fact, my post-graduation, and I went to a different location to pursue some sort of courses that would actually help me to build up my career or get into a good job. So when I went there, it was all over, the course is all over, and we are all set. And we were asked to talk about our happiest moment in our lives. Okay. So me being an introvert, not spoken, not outwardly spoken or outspoken person, I do not have anything in my mind. I was just sitting blank. Okay, and my turn came. Everybody was explaining their happiest moments in their lives. For me, though, I was like, I do not have any. It's not that I don't have any happiest moments, but that moment I did not get anything. What should I, I was just, recollecting, is there any happiest moment that I have in my life and all? But then there is nothing as such, and I do not know. But then instead of talking about the happiest moment, because I didn't get anything about what that is. I told something, the craziest thing that I've done. It's a good way, of course. But then instead of, they always praised me for doing a bravery act and all. So it's like that. When you don't have anything to do, but you will always have something to do, right? When you walk into the room and say that, hey, I know them, and I know they like me, I know they support me. It's not that. Confidence is not that. Confidence is something that when you walk into somewhere, when you talk to somebody or a group of people, you feel even if they don't like me or even if they don't like my speech, you always needs to say to yourself within that I'm okay even if I can't, or even if I don't, or even if I don't impress you, I'm okay. That is called confidence. Okay. And you have to build positive relationships. There are people around you who always try to pull you down, right? Who always puts a negative thought in your mind, but you need to make sure that you are not affected by that. Make sure that you always build that positive, you always have that positivity in your mind. No matter what, you need to have that courage and boldness to convert the negativity into positivity. And you always need to respect others. You always have to respect others. All right. And always practice growth mindset. It's not that opportunity always knocks you, but then you have to practice growth mindset. Okay. You always need to have a mindset that always strives to achieve or the bigger things in your life. Okay, so this is all about it. If you have any queries, any questions, you can always write to me. These are my these are my email addresses, and I'm so honored and grateful and thankful to all of you for giving me this great opportunity to be myself in this event. And happy Women's Day to all of you out there. You are all wonderful, grateful, great women out there, and big round of applause for you all. And thank you so much for having me here in this event.
Self-defense, self-confidence, discipline, and self-control are the priceless learnings. Thank you, ma'am, for making us understand the techniques of self-defense. Now, Associate Professor Dr. Sailaja ma'am will introduce Dr. Saturi Rajani ma'am.
Hello. Hello, now I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce an illustrious personality, Dr. Saturi Rajani, Special Judge, POCSO Court, Vijayawada at present. Dr. Rajani Madam is highly qualified, being a postgraduate in law and arts with anthropology, as has academic instinct propelled her. Dr. Rajani Madam has entered in the field of research in law and obtained PhD on a topic phenomenal and social legal significance, namely rape, a threat against dignity of women, for which her thesis is adjudged to be a best thesis from Andhra University. Madam, today a guest speaker has a rare combination of academic excellency and professional efficiency. After successful practice as a lawyer before courts of Visakhapatnam, she has been elevated as a junior civil judge in the state judicial services and gained popularity whenever she has worked. She has also served at District Legal Service Authority at Rajahmundry. Subsequently, she has been promoted to the district judge and had occasion to act as a chairman to the Lok Adalat Machilipatnam and special judge for SC/ST cases at Machilipatnam. At present, Madam is a special judge for POCSO Act cases relating to the abuse of children. It is happy to add that Madam husband is also district judge, working now as a chairman to the permanent Lok Adalat. Rarely we are fortunate that Dr. Rajni Madam has accepted our humble request despite of her official preoccupations, a befitting personality who has microscopically analyzed the hardship women victims in all angles. I hope all of us will be highly enlightened by the academic and occupational practical experience of Madam, a befitting speaker on the eve of International Women's Day. With a few words on my behalf and behalf of KLEF deemed to be university faculty and students on and one and all, I extend a warm and hearty welcome to Dr. Rajni Madam. Now, from the voice of Dr. Rajni Madam, Chief Guest Speaker. Over to you, Madam. Madam.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My hearty pranamams to the Vice Chancellor, Registrars, Deans, Management of KL University, Principal and Head of the Department of Law, Vice Principal of KL University, other teaching faculty and staff of KL University, for giving me this opportunity to meet you all through this video conferencing on this important occasion of International Women's Day. First of all, I would like to wish you all a very happy International Women's Day. To the persons who are gathered here, today I was asked to say a few lines about the legal awareness provisions, and before that I wish to bow my head to the Bharat Mata, that is our motherland. Since Swami Vivekananda said, the woman in India is a mother first and mother last. We look woman as a mother, whereas in Western countries, woman would be looked as a wife only. We all know that mother will take care of entire family. She gives life, nurtures and support to the child, and mother is selfless. But she will not take care of her health and diet and other things which are important to her, important in this world. But being working woman, I know the practical difficulties of other working women in the society in managing everything to run the family smoothly and to run her work also smoothly and successfully. At the same time, we ignore our diet and health also, that is physical and mental health. Hence, on this occasion, my sincere request to all the working women to kindly take care of your health first, that is physical and mental health, and also take nutritious diet so that we can discharge our duties properly with good strength. And we must know our inner strength also to deal with any kind of problem. For example, if a woman loses her husband at her early age, she immediately steps into the shoes of her husband and she takes care of her children and takes care of her family, and she will get something to support financially the family and to maintain the family. Per contra, if a man loses his wife, that is, if a wife dies and leaving behind her husband and children, but the man will manage for few days, he will manage with the children and without any support, but thereafter he looks forward to get support from other family members, or he will think over the issue of taking up second marriage. So that is the difference between man and woman. So we must know the strength. We can do anything. We can deal with any kind of situation, any kind of problem, if we think over the matter properly with proper planning. So we must recognize it and have self-confidence that we can do anything. If we can work outside and face any kind of challenge, we sometimes a criticism would be there, but that criticism can be turned to a stepping stone for our growth. For example, if we lose a case in spite of our best efforts, and then after going through the judgment, we can know what was our weak point and to find out the reasons for our defeat, and thereafter we can get it rectified in the next case or in appeal or is revision, whatever the case may be. Then we'll try to overcome it. In fact, in the beginning of my practice, while I was practicing as an advocate at Visakhapatnam, in the beginning stages, I lost one case of chit fund case. When that was the case of my senior, and at the stage of trial, I joined in the bar, and that was entrusted to me. But I presented good decisions and documents also on behalf of defendant, but I lost that case. And thereafter, after going through the judgment, I came to know that the pleadings are very weak. The defendant written statement was filed without taking any plea that promissory note came into existence in a chit fund transaction. Then I realized that we must, from the foundation itself, we must bring the case to suit the legal position also. Thereafter, I started reading the legal position. Then coming to the present topic assigned to me, that is legal awareness. We all know that several enactments, several special enactments are there to protect the rights of women and for welfare of the woman. And from womb to tomb, there are several enactments and rights, and several schemes of government also are there. For example, PNDT Act, when a fetus is in womb, from that fetal stage itself, a protection, a safeguard is given to the girl child by enacting Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act. So no abortion can be done after coming to know that a fetus is a girl child. That protection is there from the womb itself, and thereafter there are several enactments: Prohibition of children from sexual offences, Child Marriage Act, and POCSO Act, that is Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, Juvenile Justice Act, and after Compulsory Education Act, Right to Equality, right to freedom of speech and expression, right to free education up to the age of 14 years, etc., so on and so on. There are many more rights: the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, and Indecent Representation of Women Act, and the Domestic Violence Act, and there are provisions in Indian Penal Code also that to protect the woman or children or girl child. Though the Juvenile Justice Act and POCSO Act are gender neutral enactments, but sometimes rarely we come across in POCSO male victims, and in POCSO cases there are female victims only. So far as because I am dealing with POCSO cases, as such I am telling that the only few cases are there in which the male child is being involved. I mean, a sexual offense has been committed against a male child. Then coming to these are some of the enactments only and rights of women. And the government also introduced several schemes for the benefit of the child. Recently, family doctor scheme is introduced because women are not taking care of any care of their health and diet also. So that even from the pregnant woman stage, government is taking care of providing proper food and diet, nutritious food, and medication, hospital facilities, and taking the woman to the hospital for delivery, etc. And the family doctor scheme is introduced for medical facilities at the doorstep. Then coming to the Legal Services Authority Act, most important right given to the woman is a free legal aid is provided to the woman, all women and children below the age of 18 years under Section 12 of POCSO Act, under Section 12 of Legal Services Authorities Act. This is very important because due to lack of financial facilities, sometimes women may not approach the Legal Service Authority Act, and they need not approach the court. They can approach the Legal Services Authority, District Legal Service Authority, or Mandal Legal Service Authority, because in Vijayawada, wherever courts are there, there are legal service authorities. In Vijayawada, Metropolitan Session Judge will be the chairman of Legal Service Authority, Legal Services Committee. And in each district, there is District Legal Services Authority, for which the chairman would be the principal district judge and secretary would be the senior civil judge cadre officer. And there will be only one secretary for entire district, and the chairman will take care of everything. And there will be panel advocates, paralegal volunteers. Through them, we render services to the women and children and the beneficiaries under Section 12 of POCSO Act. And that is very important. And I advise all the faculty members to kindly inform to the students that the Legal Service Authority is rendering lot of services to the society, and we are, in fact, whoever approaches us, we render assistance to them by suppose if a illiterate person comes to Legal Services Authority, we prepare whatever he says, we prepare his grievance in writing and present the same before chairman, and the chairman will allot that case to panel advocate and entrust the matter to paralegal volunteer. If panel advocate is given that case, panel advocate will present the case before the bench, not before regular court. And there are pre-litigation cases. Before starting litigation, there would be pre-litigation. We call the other party and settle the matters then and there, like village panchayats. Like village elders settle the matter, like village elders who settle the matter in the village itself. Like that, we call the both parties and we sit together and discuss the matter, and whatever the settlement is feasible, then we settle that matter. In accordance with that, we prepare one award, and that award is equal to a decree of civil court, and it is final. There will not be any appeal because it is a compromise decree. There cannot be any appeal at all. So our dispute would be resolved then and there in one sitting also. Sometimes it will take 2 or 3 sittings, and we'll settle the matter. If the matter is not settled, then we'll entrust that matter to panel advocate to see that that matter is filed before a regular court. And if the person who approaches the court is entitled for free legal services under Section 12 of POCSO Act, under Section 12 of Legal Service Authority Act, then we provide free legal aid also, and that court fee exemption also. Then without paying court fee, that court fee exemption certificate, he or she can approach the courts for redressal. This is very important Legal Service Authority Act objective. And second objective of Legal Service Authority Act, we conduct legal awareness programs. Because ignorance, we all know that ignorance of law is of no excuse. Even sometimes ignorance of fact can be excused, but ignorance of law is of no excuse. We must know the law of the land. So we will give awareness to the students, persons who are in need of legal services, and we frequently conduct legal awareness camps in colleges, schools, offices, and in some rural areas, etc. So this is the second objective of Legal Services Authority. Third objective of Legal Service Authority is that if we do not know about free legal pre-litigation concept or free settlement before Lok Adalat, then if we file a case before regular court and subsequently I think over the matter and intending to settle the matter before Lok Adalat, then I can file a memo before the court to refer the matter to Lok Adalat, so that the court will refer the matter to Lok Adalat. Again, Lok Adalat will sit and settle the matter. The court fee that was already paid will be refunded to the parties. This is very important thing. We should know all these objectives of Legal Service Authority, and as such, before going to the court, before knocking the doors of court, one can approach the Legal Services Authority and submit their grievance before that legal service authority, and it can be solved by any one of the modes as stated by me above. And secondly, if the matter is not settled before Lok Adalat, then the matter will be referred to regular court, and regular court has to decide it on merits. But Lok Adalat has no right to decide the matter on merits. And so far as permanent Lok Adalats are concerned, because I worked as chairman permanent Lok Adalat for a period of 8 months, permanent Lok Adalat is concerned, it can settle the matter on merits also, and the jurisdiction is up to 1 crore. It is for public utility services only. What are public utility services? What services public are using are the public utility services. What services? Public will use transport services. Public will use municipality and dispensaries, hospitals, telephone, communications, then schools, colleges, universities, all educational institutions, all banking institutions, all chit fund institutions, etc., etc. There are 10 public utility services. If any dispute arise out of in public utility services, then one can approach. If the jurisdiction is below 1 crore, they can approach the permanent Lok Adalats and file their, in each district there will be only one permanent Lok Adalat, and they can file their application before permanent Lok Adalat, and permanent Lok Adalat will settle that matter. If the matter is not settled before permanent Lok Adalat, if the respondent doesn't agree for settlement, then the permanent Lok Adalat has got a right to settle the matter on merits. This is the main difference between regular Lok Adalats and permanent Lok Adalats. Regular Lok Adalat can take up any kind of matter, whereas permanent Lok Adalat can take up only matters relating to public utility services. Coming to the protective measures taken for children below the age of 18 years, there are 2 special enactments. One is Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act, and the second one is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. I worked as Principal Magistrate of Juvenile Justice Board while I was working as Rajahmundry. And I worked as Secretary of District Legal Service Authority at Rajahmundry also. So in both the occasions, I dealt with the children in conflict with law and child in need of care and protection, because the child is defined as a child below the age of 18 years. So same definition is adopted in Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act also. In POCSO Act also, child as per section 2D, child means child below the age of 18 years. So it is gender neutral enactment. The child, all children, male child or female child, in 90% cases come across are pertaining to girl child only, but in one pathetic condition, I came across one case of a boy child unnatural offense, section 377. Offense was committed against a boy child, aged 4.5 years only. So there is, we cannot leave our girl child or boy child. We cannot leave our children on road asking them to play without any protection. So I sincerely request you all to take care of your children also, where they are going and what they are doing, how long they stay outside and with whom they are staying, because several offences are being, several sexual assaults are being done against either against boy child or girl child. So moreover, while there are several love affairs, I can't say like that, but most of the cases, tender age girls are being fell in love with each other, with a boy of tender age. That boy is also below the age of 18 years. And if that is the case, it comes before the Juvenile Justice Board. If a juvenile in conflict with law, a child in conflict with law commits aged between 16 to 18, commits heinous offense, again Juvenile Justice Board has to conduct preliminary inquiry to prepare preliminary assessment report with the help of psychologists. Then if the JJB feels that the child having child in conflict with law had knowledge about the consequences of the act which he committed, can refer the matter to children court. Again, in AP, POCSO court will be the children court. Then we deal with that matter, we deal with that boy as an adult after conducting preliminary inquiry again with the help of another psychologist. So I request, but this is not the occasion to state this in detail about the cases which I dealt with me, because it is not fair on my part, as I am dealing with those cases. Already I pronounced judgments in some of the cases. As such, I stated about that boy child, because that case is not pending before me at present. So there are several several protections given to the women and children by way of special enactments, special schemes, and special rights are given to the woman. And while going through the special enactments, I felt that there are no special enactments for men. That doesn't mean that men have no rights at all, because they are enjoying all the rights, because some of the special rights are given to the woman solely on the ground that women need those rights, women need those protections, women need those safeguards. And I request all the girl students to kindly download the Disha app, which is very important. When you are in need of any protection, you can just, in one click, you can call the police and you can get protection. Don't think that we can get protection by martial arts, but that is needed, and you must have self-confidence, and you must immediately call the police whenever you are in need of protection. So with this, I conclude, because due to paucity of time, because I came out of a meeting in the middle, I'm speaking to you. Ma'am, Sailaja ma'am, can I leave, ma'am? Ma'am, can I leave?
No, good people not need
I
laws.
once again wish all the... Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
1 minute, ma'am.
I came in the middle, ma'am. Once again, I conclude my this thing program with a wish to all the women and all men who love their mother a happy International Women's Day. And I concluding by bowing my head to my mother and Bharata Mata and Lord Goddess Kanakadurgamma. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, and wish you the same, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Because I have to leave. I'm in a hurry to go, ma'am, because I'm in meeting. In the middle of the meeting, I came out of the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am.
Ma'am, Chapan.
We are fortunate enough to have your guidance, and in spite of your hectic schedule, in delivering the justice, ma'am. Thank you for this wonderful speech to us.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Hand back to Duguni, Amma. Powder.
are conducting now let's now Kavya will introduce Suma ma'am, the last speaker of the day. A mother who released career break by fulfilling her basic responsibility and equally not compromising on her dreams, took took action to achieve them and crafted a great identity for herself. She quoted its more or less same change for a action to achieve them and crafted a woman across. Now she is on a mission to inspire, train, and coach women to overcome the challenges to elevate themselves to a higher level that they desire. Her mantra success is action is the mother of all accomplishments. Suma is an active career and success coach which conducts training programs for women at work, women entrepreneurs, and college students to leverage the LinkedIn platform to create vibrant workspace networks. She has broadly structured her offerings under two flagships vertically, LinkedIn for Our and Books for Our. These two initiatives help her path out to be focused audience and help them pursue their dreams and fulfill their aspirations. LinkedIn for her is a vehicle to include and devote LinkedIn as a social media platform for a networking and endorsements. The potential upside of establishing focus groups and validating upskills efforts and LinkedIn help these women to establish much required reach. More than 8,000 women, including women who are career professionals, entrepreneurs, and college students, have benefited from her training programs on leveraging the networking potential of LinkedIn. Books for Her is a quest to provide rural girls and women with a library that helps them gain knowledge and confidence in bridging the rural urban global gap. This is an ongoing effort where libraries are built on a conscious basis and a treasure of knowledge is created for underprivileged girls and women. Her noble work has been recognized and she holds several key positions in regulatory bodies and cooperatives that are run by the relevant industry federations that help influence the drafting of policies, setting up self groups, providing visibility and market access to the products and services offered by women. For her efforts, she has been awarded by Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs in 2019 and 2021. Her efforts also find mention in Your Story, Her Money Talks and Talk, and other popular online publications. With all these, Suma likes to travel and read when she is not talking to an audience or formulating policy changes to empower girls and women. May I request Suma ma'am to speak a few words?
Thank you, Kavya, for the warm welcome. First of all, I would like to wish you all a happy Women's Day. And I would like to thank Kelly University for inviting me on this special occasion, Kavya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we all are here. We can start the session, or we're going to start by 3:10.
Start, ma'am. You can start the session, ma'am.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Let me share the screen. Can anyone confirm you are able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible, ma'am.
Okay, great. I think as you all know, today's topic is on a women innovators. Let's talk about a little bit more about on innovation part. So before starting, I would like to ask a question to all of you. You can use the chat box and tell me how many of you working on to build your personal brand. You can use the chat and then message me how many of you working on to build your personal brand. So I want the session to be, interactive session. I don't want to be happening in one way. So please take a minute and then answer me. How many of you working on to build your personal brand? Can anyone help me? Is any answer in the chat? Okay, so anyway, just to move on, I had got the chance to see this particular statement around 3 years back. It stated that without actively managing your personal brand, you're missing 80% of the opportunity. When I read this, I really got hit me very hard, and also got stuck to my mind long. Is it really, if I don't build my personal brand, am I missing really 80% of the opportunities? I started thinking on this particular point more and more around 2 to 2.5 years back. Anyway, I'll come back to this point in the later stage, but I just wanted to keep you posted that. So this is what hit me around 2.5 year back about the one who missing an opportunity if you don't build the personal brand. Right now, quickly get into the today's topic regarding the women innovators, how one can convert idea into business. Right. So I say that if you want to convert your idea into business, we can follow 3P framework or a 3P formula, I can say. Before converting any idea into business, we have to go through these three particular framework. One, you need to understand that with that idea or with that solution or with that particular product, is it really need in the market? Are really people need or what, right? So once we understood that, okay, this particular product or because of this idea or because of this solution, people are really need in the market, that's the first step. Once we clear that, we need to also go and search in a market, also do a little bit research in a market about this particular product. Is it accepted by the audience or accepted by your target audience or accepted by the people, we can see, right? So how do you do that? At least you need to go and try for at least minimum number of people, maybe hundreds or 500 people or thousands of people. You need to go and try that. Is the people are accepting your solution or the idea or whatever the solution you're offering, right? Once you see there's a positive response from the people regarding your idea, once they're accepting it, so then you can see that, okay, this is the product people are buying. Okay, now what I can do? Okay, now you need to think about the third step is about how you can convert this product or a solution or an idea into a profitable business model. So to do that, you need to come up with a couple of strategies, work with the team, build the strategies, and then you should be able to build a profitable model. So before starting any idea into business, these are three formula or a framework one has to follow. One is understand, is it people are really need that particular solutions. Once you clear, then go and test in a market with a pilot with a few set of people, or it could be few set of hundreds of people, test that particular product or in the market really people are accepting out. Once people are accepting, then you can come up with the strategies to build a profitable business model. So it's a 3P framework to convert your idea into business. So this is a high level. I'm just passing this information. So now let me share my experience about my journey. How did I convert my idea into a business model, right? So as already Kavya mentioned about in my introduction, I'm fond of LinkedIn for her. How this LinkedIn for her started, this idea came, and then how I'm running this business from a past 2 to 3 years, right? So just to summarize before getting to how it started, let me share the journey of it. 2020, that's a period during the COVID period, I got this idea, and I just, I didn't take an action immediately. I just took some time and then I registered it. And 2021 is the one I started evaluating in the market. That idea is really, people are really need it or what, or people are accept what. That's what I started evaluating completely from January to December about this particular brand. And I launched LinkedIn for her in the month of December 2021. Before that, I didn't have any brand. I didn't have any company. I was just running the programs. 2021 December is what I launched LinkedIn for her brand. And till that is everything was a free model I was running. 2022 Jan is the started working on a revenue model. I started getting a income from the business which I'm running. And for the complete whole year, I was able to get a good income. And then now this year, 2023 is what I'm working on different strategies to scale up my business to the next level. So this is the from idea how I able to take up this LinkedIn for her journey, or from LinkedIn for her idea to the next business level. This is the whole journey I'm telling about it. So now let me share you how did this happen and how did it LinkedIn for her journey started, right? So during the COVID, I was undergoing, I'm just sharing my personal story, how this idea came, how I'm able to convert it. During the COVID time, I was undergoing one of the coaching program. One of my coach told me to build my brand, a personal brand in LinkedIn. So I was having a lot of hesitations how to go to LinkedIn platform and what people will think or what my colleagues will think, right? What my seniors will think. I really had a lot of hesitation, but I supposed to complete that work. So I took a lot of training programs and then I built my LinkedIn profile and also started building my personal brand. But in that particular period of time, I went through a lot of changes. What kind of content I should post? What will happen if I do some mistake? What people will think about me, right? Am I doing a good post or what? So all this lot of hesitation which I went through during when I building my personal brand in LinkedIn. And but over the period of time, I was able to build my profile and I also build my personal brand in LinkedIn. During that period, I think I also got a more challenge from my coach saying that you need to take in some action which you never took, Suma, right? So it's not a normal action. So far, I shouldn't have taken such kind of action. I was supposed to take that action. That was told by my coach, and I didn't have any other option to things. So I told, since I was taking a lot of LinkedIn coaching sessions, and then I was a little bit comfortable in LinkedIn, I told, okay, I'll do a LinkedIn session to the people. Online session I will do. And before that, I never did any online sessions. I think 2020 is a COVID time. That's the time where Zoom came. It was all new for all of us. But I committed to her saying that I will do LinkedIn session to the public. And I didn't have any PPT. I don't know what content to put in the presentation. I don't know how to run the Zoom. I didn't know how to use the Zoom. That was the situation with me. What did I do is I announced the date saying that, okay, in this particular, after like 1 month later, I announced the date in the Facebook and WhatsApp group saying that, okay, I'm conducting a LinkedIn session. This is the date. This is a Google form. Fill the data, everything. Right. So I could see that people started enrolling for that sessions. I think I could see 20, 25, keep on increasing, but my PPT is not ready. I'm not prepared for anything. So I got around 50 registration for that session, and it was a free session. And it pushed me, okay, I think some more people are coming. I think on the day of the event, on the day of the session, people is going to come in. So what are you going to do? So then I started working on my PPT. Whatever I had learned during my course, I started putting those pieces inside the PPT. I started preparing in a PPT. My PPT was done. Then I don't know how to use the Zoom. I also learned how to use the Zoom platform and how to do the recording, how to initiate the meeting, how to add the people, everything I learned it. And then the day came of where I had announced the LinkedIn session. Around totally 75 people for my first session people came. And it really went well. I think there's a small hiccups was there, as it's the first online session and I never did that. Small hiccups was there, but I think I say it was a good success. I was able to manage the people queries. I was able to handle. And in the meanwhile, I also understood that there's a lot of people, how I went through a lot of challenges, right, to build my LinkedIn profile, and a lot of hesitation, what seniors will think or what my colleagues will think. Similar way, I could see that others in all the audience who attended the meeting. And once I finished this meeting, I also got a good feedback. And then I got a request from other communities, other entrepreneurs communities and the working professionals communities saying that, Suma, can you do the same session? Because it was Zoom new, right? People was asking, conducting a lot of online session. They also asked me, Suma, can you do this session for our community or our entrepreneurs like that? So I started doing a sessions in a month, 1 or 2 sessions. So with that, I got like more and more confidence how to handle online session. I made my PPT better in the way I used to give a demo. I made the better. So it's kind of when I gave 4 to 5 sessions, my the way of conducting an online session got totally improved. And by end of I did this, I think, around for nearly a complete 1 year freely. I did for a communities, working professionals, for entrepreneurs, and even for a college student. I think even for a KLE University last year, I did around 3,500 people from your college attended this event, online LinkedIn session. So that's how around 4 to 5,000 people I trained in the period of 2021. And then I could see that there is a lot of people who need this service, right? So that's what I evaluated the need in the market. So it's a lot of people need. So when at least 5,000 people I was able to train, means there is a market, there's a need in the market for the people. Once I realized that, then by the end of December 2021, I didn't have my logo. I didn't have any of LinkedIn for her brand. No brand was there basically. But by the time already I established my name or brand saying that Suma is a LinkedIn expert. But it's a time to build my brand and start my company. So that's the reason 2021 December is the time I started, came up with a name called LinkedIn for Her. And again, how that name came is basically I have my other initiation called Books for Her. I launched this one in the month of November 2021. It's basically distributing the books to the rural girls. And again, so I just wanted similar in the name of a name to be in the similar line. So that's the reason I'm helping the people to build a brand in LinkedIn. So let me keep with the name LinkedIn for Her. That's how this name came. And I got my logo designed and done. And I launched my first the paid versions program in 2022 Jan. Every month I started doing a lot of programs, and then I was able to see people are paying and coming. But whatever I did from 2020 to 2021, everything was free sessions. But 2022 Jan is the where I started seeing, conducting sessions, group sessions, and then one-to-one session, multiple things. I started seeing that people are paying and taking my services, what I was offering. And it really went well in the last year. And now this is the year 2023 where I'm looking for a lot of strategies to scale up the business to the next level. This what, and again, when I was doing this, I think till 2021 December, I was working for a, I didn't leave my job. I was a part of some company for a full time. I used to do only on the weekend, because this is what I'm trying, right? I don't want to leave my job and do these startup things and try my idea. So I used to work parallelly with some companies, and also started my my initiation. And 2022 Jan is the one where I decided to leave that job fully and then take a part-time job and then do LinkedIn for Her parallelly. So I left the full-time job 2021 December. 2020 Jan is the where I took a part-time job, and also along with it I started doing my startup. And then now 2022 December is the one where I even left my part-time job, and now I'm completely focusing on my LinkedIn for Her business. So this how the journey, how this idea evolved, and how I converted the idea into a business model. And again, when you are doing this business model, so if you just have one, I also realized that if you just have a one product or one services is not helping me to scale up my business. I came up with a different programs like group masterclass, providing sessions to the colleges, and helping the working professionals or entrepreneurs through one-to-one personal branding, and also to go and give sessions to the corporate, and also give sessions to the communities. These are the different models which I came up with, these different services I came up in a LinkedIn for Her. So that's how the business I'm able to grow with it. Now you also must be thinking that, is it really easy if you just have an idea, if you follow 3P formula, is it sufficient? Okay, can you scale up your business, or can you start your business, or can you start your idea, right? No, it's not that easy. There will be, in every business, it has its own plus and minus, right? So I could see, if you just talk about the positive things, what is the positive things in this particular business is, I was able to see that a lot of happy clients with the results. Once they build a personal brand in LinkedIn, I was able to see there's a success stories in the clients, and also see the confidence. As a woman, they really hesitate to post in LinkedIn, to build a profile in LinkedIn. But after taking my session, I think people are really confident and saying that, Suma, I think now I'm really confident to handle my LinkedIn profile. I'm able to build my brand. So I could see the positiveness and the confidence in all my clients' face. And then I don't need to go to office, sitting at home, my home at flexible timings I can do, and also I can operate from, right? These are the lot of positive things I can say when I converted my idea into business. And obviously the downside is I think a lot of competitions are there. And since it's a startup, obviously I'm really working on to get the steady incomes. So these are the plus and minus what I really faced, which I'm really facing in the current business which I'm running. And also I would like to share with all of you that there are few things which really help me out to convert my idea into a business. How I was able to make, there are few things which I really followed. There are 6 steps I can say. One is about mentor. So I really take a help of, I have couple of coaches and mentor for me. I take their support, I take their inputs, I take their guidance, and then based on the inputs I will build a roadmap for my business and then go one by one. And you must be thinking, okay, no, what is the necessary to have a mentor? Let me go and execute if the idea is mine, right? So if you just go on your own, I think you may able to do the things in say like 2 years, 3 years. But if you take a help of mentor and coach or a coach, right? So instead of doing that same work in 3 years, you can complete the same thing with a one year. So this is what I realized over the period of time. This reason I always talk to my mentors, coaches, and get their inputs and then accordingly move. And next is about the market research. So you see, if you don't it's a digital world or a VUCA world, if you don't know what's happening in the market, then you're outdated in the market, right? I always search in the internet and see what are the new things are coming in the market, what are the new things are happening in the personal branding, so how I can build a best course for the people, right? So I do a lot of research. I spend a lot of time in the internet to do the research. So this is the second thing which is really helping me out. And the third is circle of 5. I usually I'm a kind of I can say and that I'm a good kind of network person. I always go and talk to people, network with people, and I make sure that at least if I want to see myself in the next 5 years in some XYZ position, I will look up to the people who are in that particular position already now, right? So I reach out to those people and then I'll be closely working with them or closely talking to them, or like I'm in touch with such kind of people because I'm sure I want to be in the next 5 years in that particular positions. So when I'm in touch with those people, I get a lot of ideas, a lot of inputs, and then how they are working on it, the way, the style of working, right? So I will get to know. So having a good set of people whom you want to be in the next 5 years, that's really helping me out. And also this particular, while building my LinkedIn for Her journey, I also got to know my purpose. What is my purpose in life, right? So I know that I always know that I want to help the people. Should I help the people? I didn't know that. But through LinkedIn for Her, I'm able to help many people. I'm able to know my life purpose. So, and next is about creating an opportunity. Nobody will come and give you, okay, so might take up this opportunity, or Kavya, take up this opportunity, right? So we have to, I'm the kind of person, I will keep if somebody is talking, I will listen to the people. And I always follow 80/20% formula. Hope you know that. Let's say 80/20% formula, 20% you talk and 80% listen from other party. So when you allow other person to talk, you get more and more information, and you can think, or you can create an opportunity for you. That's what I do. If I hear something, I will make sure that if some opportunity is there, I'll go and reach out to that particular person. I'll create an opportunity for myself, or I'll grab that opportunity. This is what one more thing which is helping me out. And also work with the people in a collaborate with, and not in the competition way. Go work with the communities and help the people. Go and work with the colleges, help the people. So in a collaboration model, I'm able to take my business to the next one. These are the 6 things which I'm continuously following this, and because of these 6 points, I can say there is some growth in my business or the idea which I came up. And can anyone see what you can see in the screen? Duryodhana, right? So we must be wondering why I'm showing this. Why I'm showing this. The reason is, I think Krishna came and asked Duryodhana, so why are you like this, Duryodhana? So now Duryodhana replied to Krishna saying that, Krishna, I know that what I'm doing. I also know that what I'm doing is not right. I also know that I'm not doing the right things. Right? So it's not like he's not a bad person. Duryodhana know what is he doing. He also know that what he's doing is not right. He also want to do something good, but he's unable to do. That is the state of Duryodhana. That's the reason he was not able to go further, have a good progress in his life, right? The reason why I'm telling this story with all of you is, so all of us want to achieve something in our life, right? All of us want to achieve something in life. Okay. So, and we also know something is good. Okay. If I study well, okay, I may get a good job. Or if I have some idea, if I take an action, okay, I can achieve something. We also know that this is bad, right? But what we will do, we know that something is good, but we don't take an action to achieve that. And we also know that something is not good, but still we'll go and do that, right? If not all the cases, in some scenario, we'll keep doing this activity. We know what is good, but we don't take an action. We know studying is good. Okay, sometimes we'll do, but not all the times. We also know that seeing mobile is not that good. We know it's not, we know it's not bad. It's bad, right? But still we'll continue. It means that we all having some percentage of Duryodhana's features with all of us, right? So if you want to achieve something in your life, we have to reduce some percentage of Duryodhana in our life in a daily basis. When I say, okay, good studying is good means, okay, we should go and study like half an hour more, right? So that's the increase the positive percentage of things. And you also know that mobile is not good, watching mobile is not too much of good. So reduce that percentage of it. So when you keep reducing Duryodhana percentage, you should be able to achieve something, whatever you would like to achieve in your life. So now, before that, I also would like to pass 3 pearls, which is helping me out, which I've been following continuously from many, many years, is nobody will come and give you the opportunities, grab that opportunities. And again, maintaining, having a good relationship with the people and networking with the people is more important. That's how you can fast track the things. As I said, mentoring is the one which is really help you out. Also, building a network and relationship with the people and networking with the like mind of people, it will make your journey fast track. And also every day we get a n number of thoughts, right? And if you don't take an action, you're making your ideas to die in your mind. So we don't want our ideas to die in your mind. So whatever the thoughts comes, take an action on those things. Okay, when you take an action, okay, something may be success, something may not be success, but if it's success, that's great. If it's not success, but you will be learning something, right? So action is the mother of all accomplishment. Whatever the idea comes, go and take an action and innovate something, whatever the idea comes to your mind. So these are the few things which I would like to share with all of you. And now I don't want to talk much. I would like to hear from all of you. So if you have any questions, I would like to happily answer to all of you.
So interesting, ma'am. The goals you have set were very nice and it was more useful to all. And intelligence is the ability to adapt to change. Mrs. Suma ma'am has followed the same and motivated us through her guidance to update ourselves. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights.
Most welcome, Kavya. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Ma'am, how to build a LinkedIn profile, ma'am? How to build?
Who is asking? Kavya.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there are a couple of steps to build your account in your LinkedIn. Around 12 to 14 steps are there, starting from your LinkedIn banner to your headline and to your about section and experience and education sections. And if you got any awards or anything, or if you got some skills, everything you need to go and update, because if you don't tell what you do, nobody will come to know, right? So because keeping your resume with you for hard copy, nobody will come to. So it's a digital, your LinkedIn is basically your digital resume, right? Everybody nowadays use online, internet, everything, right? So hard copy of resume is outdated. So you can just log in with your create an account with you by using your Gmail, and it has asked some basic credential, put the data, and then kindly go and update all your education details, skills, awards, and your about section. And also the headline, where do you study, in which college you study, when did you pass, like when are you going to pass out, if you're doing some internship, update all those things, right? So this is how you can build your profile. And again, whenever you start building your first time, it may not be the best profile, right? So build the first version of it and then see if in some corrections required, review it, and then you can update the profile. as a graduate, how to build a career as a speaker. Okay. So I could see that it's a question from Ramya on that. See, if you, as a graduate, how to build a career as a speaker, in the sense I recommend you should go back to your college, and a lot of events are happening, right? Do volunteering things. So with that, you'll get more confidence in the volunteering again. So you just obviously they may not give you the beginning as a speaker opportunity, right? So as a beginner, they may not give you go and talk on the stage. Do a lot of volunteering and see in the event what all the things are happening, and talk to when the speakers come for the event, talk to them and interact with them. You get a lot of confidence you get a lot of confidence by seeing to them. And also slowly you can interact with a lot of with the one who's hosting the event, right? You can just request them, can I get an option to do the vote of thanks? Okay, request for just to do a vote of thanks for 5 minutes, and with that you get a confidence. And next time you ask for okay, can I welcome the guest? Okay, that's again for 5 minutes, just request for the welcome the guest. So with this, you already on the stage with the basic things, vote of thanks and the welcoming the things. And next you can go and do the moderate the session, right? Go and moderate the session, asking the questions to the speakers. So this is how you can slowly, step by step, and begin with the college, and then so that you're not with the working professionals and big audience. Start with the colleges, and once you're done with the college, once you're comfortable, then you can go and do the start with the online sessions where outside public people will come. And again, slowly, step by step, start with the online session for a few set of people freely, and then you can charge with a paid version of it. This is how you can start, Ramya.
Hi, Suma.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable information you have given for us, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you.
Suma.
Hi, Kavya.
Yeah, I hope the session has started with a start. These are
Yeah,
my
we started.
students. They are students, yeah, who are been here.
Hello.
One of my students have got a doubt regarding the building of profile. So let her introduce herself, as you have just mentioned. And
Sure, sure.
go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Tulasi. I'm from history department. I have a doubt how to build best profile impression.
Best LinkedIn profile. Okay. Yeah. I think towards I already repeated answer to this question, but again, just to repeat repeat the same thing. One is, I think usually what I see the trend is students are most active in Instagram. Okay. That's the platform most of all of you are using, but that may be important for a social other related stuff. But when it comes to you are working you studying in engineering background, obviously after your graduation you would like to get into entrepreneurship, or you would like to get into the job, right? So before you once you graduate and then coming to the LinkedIn platform, I think you're going to, it's like taking the ticket after the train went off, right? It's like that. Instead of it, because it's a digital world, VUCA world, a lot of competition is happening. It could be first year, you maybe in the first year, second year, third year, okay, whichever the year there, as early as you come to the LinkedIn particular platform is that much useful for you. Okay, that's the one thing. How to build a profile is you just need to use your Gmail. It has a couple of phone number, Gmail things, similar way of Instagram account, how you create give the basic information. And once you go into that particular platform, the few things, like a set of steps you need to do. One is you need to put your first name, last name, your contact number, all this information, and where are you studying? Okay, where are you doing your engineering, in which branch, when did you start, and when are you going to end, and what skills you got it. Have you done any kind of internship during the things? Have you got any award, right? And so these are the few things which you can update. Along with that, you can also get a recommendations from your professors. Okay, if you're performing well, or if you're helping them in some kind of a volunteering activity, and if you be the one, like say like topper of your college, right? So your professors can also come and give a recommendation. So it gives a lot of positive feedbacks to your profile. When some recruiters come and look into your profile, right, it looks strong, right? Because your professor recommending, okay, Tulsi is a very good student, she's been very active in the college, she's been supporting a lot of voluntary activity, and she's also supporting, she's in a a very good student, like that. If they give a right of recommendation in your profile, so your profile looks strong. Instead of considering someone else's profile, they will consider Tulsi's profile compared to other one, right? So having your LinkedIn account with these few basic steps is very much important. Tulsi, hope I answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Most welcome. How many of you got LinkedIn account? I think the people who standing behind Kavya. All of you. Okay, how many of you are active in LinkedIn? Okay, when you say okay, I'm going to check your profile now. Okay, simply don't raise the hand. Okay, when you say active, what are you guys doing? What are you doing?
You're uploading certificates. You're
So that is
contacting some other person.
uploading certificate and all. It's called profile building. That is not called active. Building a profile as an you keep updating. Okay, you complete your graduation, you need to go and update. If you do some certification, you need to go. That's called profile building, a profile automation. That's called as a not called as an active. Okay, when it's active, we need to connecting with the more and more people. For example, you are in an EC department, right? So you need to go and search in LinkedIn how many electronics related background people are there in a LinkedIn. Okay, which all the companies they are currently working, right? After graduation, which company they started. Okay, after they become a say like electronics engineer or software engineer XYZ company. After 3 years, what is their designation, right? What kind of promotions they got it. So you need to go, you can get a lot of research on how many people with electronics background are there in a LinkedIn, which all the companies they are working, what kind of opportunities they have, they got an on-site opportunity or off-site opportunity, or what kind of certifications they're doing, right? So you as a student, you know what's happening inside the college, what your KLE students are doing, you might be doing it, right? You don't know what's happening in a Bangalore PSU University, or you might be don't know what's happening in a Christ University, right? So what other college students are doing, what kind of different things they are learning, what Bangalore, why Bangalore people are getting more opportunity compared to the AP people, right? So you can do such kind of research and then learn from it and then adopt those things so that you also become a competitive in your field. And that is the one research. And next is about you need to go and connect with the more and more people in your industry, that's electronics background people. And third is you need to start writing a content. I know you as a student, I don't know ma'am what to write, right? So and who will see my post? Okay, I'm a student. If I write, who will see? Okay, you might be third year student, I don't know. Tulsi, you're in which year? Third year, fourth year?
Second year.
Second year. Okay, so there are first year students, right? There are first year students, they will be your target audience. If you write some content, so there are a lot of people with the first year, they can consume your content. Okay, and again, don't think if I write, lakhs of people will come and see. It's not necessary. At least if one person come and look into your post, if he learns something, that is done, that is more than sufficient. Okay, expect there'll be some minimum set of people who can follow you, who can look into your content. Again, if for example, when I started my journey, when I started posting, I could see only 400, 500 people used to like and views my post, right? So now it's been changing from 7,000 to 20,000, 30,000. Over the period of time, things will happen. You build your followers, but you should take an action. Okay, nobody will look into my profile, nobody will read my content. If you keep thinking that, nothing will happen. Start taking action. Let one person view, let one person like your content, it's fine. Next, you write it after 10 days. Okay, it will go to 5 people. Next, it will keep on doing that small step. Over the period of time, you can build your profile and you can establish your personal brand. So that compared to other people, Tulsi can become the one of the need person in the market. Like that, you can build your profile, Tulsi.
Other than LinkedIn, any other apps to communicate with?
Other than
LinkedIn. Other than LinkedIn, any other apps to communicate with some people?
No, I think there are multiple apps are there, but I think I recommend LinkedIn is the one which has like around, at least in India, 100 million people are using around 100 million people are using in this particular platform. And again, India market is growing well, around 56% increase in the market. Okay, so only around 40 million people were there, but in last 3 years, 100 million people are coming to this particular platform. It means that they are getting a lot of opportunities. Right? Getting a job is not the one. Okay, maybe college is KLE University calling a lot of campus recruitment. You may get a job. I'm not talking about job getting it may be easy, but what I'm trying to say is in the LinkedIn, basically you need to create for your future. Okay, after 2 years, say you would like to change the job, right? So you cannot dig the well when you are thirsty, right? You have to keep the well ready, because when you're feeling thirsty, you need to drink. So if you want to change a job after 2 years or 3 years, build your profile in such a way that and start connecting with more people, start posting your things. So when you're searching for the job next 2 years, you should not worry so much. You don't need to worry so much, because your profile is strong. You connect with a lot of people. You can grab that opportunity soon. So LinkedIn is always for the future. Say like after 5 years, you would like to change one more job. If your profile is strong, if you keep doing what I'm trying, even the job which you want to change after 5 years, also it will become easy for you.
Thank you, Suma. Thank you very much for accepting your request.
Most welcome. I think I don't see any questions related to the
Good afternoon, ma'am.
ideas. Yeah, please go ahead.
Ma'am, I have gone through your profile that you are a TEDx speaker. What is TEDx, ma'am? Can you please
Okay.
explain to us?
Yeah, so basically TEDx is a platform where they call people from a different background to speak on a few topics. When I say few topics, you can share that idea. If, for example, if you got some idea, you would like to go and share that idea with the world, right? So some different ideas, some innovative ideas. Those are the people they will invite. Okay, one for the if you have some ideas or innovation ideas, that can if you want to share it to the world, that is the one thing you can speak in the TEDx stage. And next is with your experience, you learned something and you would like to share with some people, right? So that is the second set of people. These are two things which you can share in the TEDx platform. When you say TED, there's a TED. Okay, TED is an international platform where they will choose only few set of very top profile people to speak, where they'll talk about more on innovation or their life experience. That happen only international. TEDx is the one which is a national body which is there in India, different countries. Okay, in India also multiple. For example, AP TEDx is there, KLE TEDx is there, PES TEDx is there. Okay, college or universities will be having the TEDx. So that's called a local bodies. And TEDx is a local body. TED is an international body. So, and again, they will call a local speakers who can share their ideas or who can share their experience and motivate the people around them, right? So, I had been invited in the Karnataka local body as a TEDx speaker I didn't have any innovation idea or anything. The reason why they called me is to share my experience, right? So, in my experience, what happened in my life from my childhood, I think what I spoke is about your life changes when your belief changes, right? So that's what I spoke on my TEDx. So what I had as a child, I had some kind of limitation, some kind of belief. If I change that limiting belief and convert into empowering belief, things can change in your life. That's what I spoke about it. So this is what is called as an TEDx people. Any question? I hope you answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Most welcome. I know the session is about innovation, idea, all those things, but I'm not getting any questions related to that.
But we are now using present LinkedIn, no, ma'am. So all
Okay.
are getting doubts in LinkedIn.
Okay.
There are no more queries and
Chat, can you read out? I'm unable to see. If you don't mind.
no more queries in chat, ma'am.
Okay. One Ramya's query I answered. Is there something else is there?
No, ma'am. I asked in speaker and one more was asked in speaker.
Okay, 1 second. Let me see.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for this valuable time you have spent with us.
Okay. Most welcome, Kavya. And I wish you all the best for all of you. And again, every day we get a number of thoughts, but if you just think about thoughts, your ideas will die in your mind. So don't make your ideas to die in in your mind. So go and take an action. It could be idea, or it could be don't think it's a good or a bad idea. So until unless if you execute, you don't know it's a good idea, right? For example, in my case, this just a thought came and then the thought converted into business model. So we have to take sometimes it's the risk, take it. But if if it don't happen, it's basically you'll be learning some lessons. But action is the mother of all accomplishment, and take an action. And I wish you all the best. And I also wish once again happy Women's Day all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wish you the same, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll be executing. Okay.
Now we will watch a 7 minutes video connected to legal awareness. This is the outreach program conducted by Law Department on March 6th. Please do watch.
I am Dr. Shailaja Petka, working as an associate professor at KLEF College of Law. I am the member of KLEF Shakti team. The object of the team is to create legal awareness to the needy people. So we adopted a number of villages near to our campus. In this team, along with the faculty, students also there, KLEF College of Law students, we are going to some areas that adopted villages and conducting some legal aid camps. The camps relating to the prohibition of child marriages, consumer awareness, right to education, right to vote. Actually, as per the Legal Service Authority Act, some of the category of persons are there. To those persons, the free legal aid is to be given. So the College of Law, being a member of the KLEF Shakti team, we are providing legal awareness to those people. KLEF Shakti team monthly twice approach to those villages and giving some legal awareness. For example, the women are there, they are facing some problems on the ground of some adultery by the husbands, or sometimes they are facing some maternity, what you call maintenance reliefs and all. And some women are facing the problems related to the properties. So we are giving some awareness, the women's rights on the right to maintenance, right to get the property from the ancestral property and from the parents and all. And apart from that one, children, the children are there, the children have some rights, right to restrict the marriage, right to education as per the Article 21A of the Constitution. Children is having free rights, that is education rights that they are having. And so these are all the awareness, and as well as the consumers. Every person is having a consumers, they are having some rights. So right to choose the property. If any defects of the goods or deficiencies of the services are there, they can approach some authorities to claim reliefs and all. So these are the initiatives, these are the awareness we are creating to the women's as well as the children's, any persons. As per the Section 12 of the Legal Service Authority Act, we have to give some legal aid to the poor persons. Not a poor persons, it is some categories. Section 12 provides some categories of persons. To those persons, we are providing the free legal aid. The object of the our team is conducting legal aid camps. Similarly, providing some of the legal awareness by way of conducting the seminars, workshops. Apart from that, settlements, pre-litigation settlements through Gunturu Legal Service Authority. We are clubbed with the Gunturu Legal Service Authority, and settlements, pre-litigation settlements also we are providing. భావించుకోవాలి, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ బాగా చదువుకోవాలి, చిన్నపిల్లలకి పెళ్ళిళ్ళు చేయకూడదు, అదేవిధంగా చిన్నపిల్లలకి పనులు చెప్పకూడదు. మీరు ఎప్పుడు పనులు అంటే కేఎల్ఈలో కాలేజ్ ఆఫ్ లా కాలేజ్ న్యాయ కళాశాల ఉంది. ఆ న్యాయ కళాశాలకు మీరు వస్తే మీకు ఫ్రీగా అన్ని న్యాయ సంబంధమైన విషయాల మీద మీకు అవగాహన.
Now we are glad to watch another outreach activity recorded on March 4th connected to literacy. Here is another outreach activity recorded video conducted by pharmacy department on the theme of sanitation and hygiene is being displayed here in Now the summit is ready for validatory session. I request Vijaya Sudha ma'am to represent the validatory role.
Women's Day has been a day of enlightenment through our online summit. Co-convener Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Dean IQAC, has made this third International Women Summit organized by KLEF Women's Forum in collaboration with IQAC and Academic Staff College of KL University, KL deemed to be University Vijayawada, a great intellectual and motivational discourse. The themes chosen for this summit takes care of the need of the modern woman to compete and succeed in her goals, both at domestic front and as well professional profile. This online summit extends the knowledge through its live session on YouTube too. This summit also facilitated and motivated the audience towards the conduct of outreach programs in our respective fields. I take the privilege on behalf of KLEF Women's Forum, IQAC and Academic Staff College to thank all the speakers of this summit and the audience in sparing their valuable time and energy in making this Women's Summit a successful event towards a real-time women empowerment by all means. I thank Dr. K. Ruthramya, Associate Dean, SAC, Convener, Women Development Cell, KLU, for her inaugural speech. I thank Chief Guest Dr. D. Bhanusri Reddy Garu, Professor International Relations, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Tirupati, for her valuable inputs on the occasion of Women's Day celebrations. I thank Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Associate Professor CSE and Associate Dean IQAC, for her welcome address wherein she explained the thematic sessions and their significance in the life of a woman. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Kavita Reddy, Founder Director Shreyas Nutrition, for her precious guidance on health, wherein she explained scientifically the benefits of each and every essential food item that supports body, mind, and function of various parts of the human body. I thank Darshini ma'am for her guidance on financial aspects in a woman's life. Her inputs made us to have financial literacy in detail. We thank Saraswati Kavula ma'am for sharing her guidance towards education and culture. She has elaborated the significance of environment and the role of women in concerning the environment. I thank Professor N. Usha ma'am, who has explained us the meaning of the literacy, and she has explained us the various kinds of the literacy and their roles in the women empowerment. I thank Mrs. Vaishali Sagar, who explained us about the skills the women are having with reference to entrepreneurship, and she also enlightened us as to how we can build our marketing skills. And then I thank Dr. Satturu Rajani ma'am, who is a special judge POCSO Court Vijayawada, for her legal awareness and her valuable guidance to the present girl children as to how they have to protect themselves by various legal enactments. And then I thank Kolanti Hevzima madam for her valuable guidance as to how a woman has to take care of her defense and how to build the confidence levels. She has explained elaborately the various methods a woman is expected to take up, especially in the light of the world where the majority of the crimes are occurring against the women. I thank Suma Annegowda madam, who has utilized the technology to build the profile on the LinkedIn and various other social media platforms, and as to how I thank Suma Annegowda madam for her valuable guidance to the students as to how they need to build their LinkedIn profile and other various social platforms. And she has made the students understand by explaining each and every step as to how a profile is to be built. So overall, I thank one and the same for your valuable energy and time sparing for this event, for this summit, especially in the light of Women's Day. I thank one and all.
Thank you, Vijay Sudha ma'am, for your valuable words. Thank you each and everyone for support and spirit. We accept the same strength in upcoming events. I wish each and every woman a very happy Women's Day. Thank you. We are closing the event. You may leave now. Thank you.